Good morning, evening, afternoon, good day. Hello, starting the Twitch stream too. I'm a little disorganized. Just give me a sec to set up. Normally I'd have the waiting screen up. I probably should be doing that if I actually wanted to, but you know what? Screw it. We're just gonna slowly update our Twitch our Twitch stream while I say hi. Hi, internet consumer. Donut. Yep, we got our donut tutorial from last time. I guess this is software and game development. And yep, and we're gonna show ads on the Twitch side because pre-rolls hate. We're gonna turn down the background music just a little bit. I have been listening to this soundtrack, the Mario Kart World soundtrack, as like my quote-unquote work music for the past week or so. It's pretty damn good. Not that I own a Switch 2 or anything, but it's a pretty good soundtrack. 10 hours of remixes of old Mario songs and Mario Kart songs. Anyway, hello, welcome, internet consumer, welcome, random perv, welcome, whoever else is here lurking. I'm just assuming random perv is here. Because technically he hasn't chatted yet, but he said he was gonna make fun of me or something at the market that he goes to. Well, speaking of, I just saw a video from was it the White Elephant? Where he like went to some Canadian market or whatever and made strawberry milkshakes. Anyway, today we're gonna be studying anime toon shaders. I have something here. Hold up. Let's get the browser window open. Oh god, where are all my windows? And I guess this will go over our Godot window probably. Here. All right. You want to learn about anime girl toon shaders? We're gonna start with this paper, illustrative rendering in Team Fortress 2. There's actually an accompanying video for this here. If I search up, where is it? Illustrative rendering in Team Fortress 2. Yeah, there's a TF2 wiki page. Oh, here, there's a TF2 wiki page and a whole video by Valve about this.
Paper, we present a set of artistic
choices
in real time.
Yeah, we got the audio.
Which support each other to enable the unique.
So we're gonna react stream. We're gonna react stream to this.
By early 20th century commercial illustrations. Models and shading
yeah, this is a pretty short video actually. It's 3 minutes.
Information using rim highlights, as well as variation in luminance and hue, so the players are able to quickly identify other players in the game.
So anyway, this is like tangential, but I don't know how familiar you guys are with Team Fortress 2. But there's a console command Matt_Fong, and some players like to turn it off because it sort of reduces the visual noise in the game, and what it does is it like turns off the specular highlighting stuff. So it's like just the diffuse lighting on it. Anyway, okay, Twitch ad break done. All right. And he also talks about the silhouettes. Yep, very important. We don't have closed captioning. Oh man, this is an old video. Yeah, this is from 20. This video was uploaded 2010 by the TF2 wiki, but the actual paper. This actual paper, NPAR 07. Yeah, it's from 2007. So it's a little old. A lot of these like graphical stuff is kind of old. Some of the newer stuff is there too, but like it's, you know, newer stuff tends to build on the older stuff. But I've been pleasantly surprised at like how relevant some like really old stuff is. But I guess that's just like studying things in general, like the new builds upon the old, and like the principles of say software engineering doesn't change too much I guess there's arguments about is OOP still good? Should we still be using OOP? And all that. But, you know, if you learn like the C programming language, then a lot of it carries over to, you know, other languages. Which is neat. Which suggests that, yeah, maybe we should be trying to learn about, you know, the deeper underlying concepts of these things, which is what I'm trying to do, actually. I'd like to get a proper, what's the word? A proper base knowledge before I like, just so that I know what I'm doing if I want to like make my own toon shaders. So anyway, I guess we'll continue the video. We'll continue reacting.
Areas of the characters, the clothing folds were designed to echo silhouette shapes in order to emphasize the silhouettes, as observed in the commercial illustrations, which inspired.
So you can see that it looks slightly different from the final game, and I think people have referenced this video in like analyzing what TF2 looked like before, because these are like the pre-release character outfits, right? That like arm thing on the spy suit, Scout holding the nail gun, the Pyro's backpack actually being connected to the flamethrower and being a different color and all. The lighting on these character, I don't know if these are renders. I think they're renders, being slightly different from like the final game. Anyway.
For the architectural elements of the world associated with each of the two
Did they show the Devilman swinging the dynamite? I know that was in one of the pre-release trailers.
Use warm colors, wooden materials, and angular geometry.
So I think the music's a bit loud. Alright, we'll turn that down a bit.
The blue team's buildings are composed of cool colors, industrial materials, and orthogonal forms.
I saw people talking about that in the comments, how like a lot of the modern community-made TF2 maps don't seem to be following the whole blue versus red architecture distinction as much. Anyway, I know we're supposed to get to like character shaders, but it is neat that they thought about these things. This is interesting, seeing the concept art of this two-fort underground part. I've always liked this area. It's really interesting.
The red and blue colors used to paint opposing areas of the game world are analogous to one another, as guided by those reference
I never actually played Mario Sunshine.
Muted colors dominating.
Here, the color palette. You know, it's muted colors. And one thing I was noticing looking at like anime toon shaders, like here. Actually, no, wait, I should just open the, hold on. This one. Here, this guy did like a recreation of the Genshin Impact shader. One thing I noticed is how much importance is placed on just retaining the original colors that were like painted onto the model by the artist. Also, hello, random perp. Neil's favorite types of females are trying to see Henry almost tournament. Thanks. Thanks. You need a shout out like that. Anyway. Actually, I just watched what was it? There's a Pippa clip that from like I guess yesterday's stream or something, where she was talking about male VTubers being sex fest and like the whole I guess stigma against like male VTubing in general. Like got me thinking like I wanna go on a rant about like my thoughts on being a male VTuber and like whether or not it's okay to be, what's the word, sexually forward in the same way that like female VTubers are, because there is a double standard for what I believe are like very sort of natural reasons, like what's the word? I should probably formulate my words better before I go making a hot take on this sort of thing. But like the VTubing audience is majority straight male, right? And the sort of standard is that the male is sexually forward and then females are not sexually forward. Not saying that it has to be that way, but like that is what the social norms are, right? So when a female is sexually forward, I feel so weird using the word female here over and over again. When a woman is sexually forward, right, then that's out of the ordinary. And also, hold on. You know what? No, we're opening MS Paint. Where's my window? Where's my windows? Hold up. God, what am I doing? Oh no, my brain is like turning up. Also, hi Pink Flamingo. Early Neo stream, yep. Okay. Oh wait, that's wrong. What am I doing? Male. Social norm. Male goes on to. Wait, does that even? Did I even draw that? Whatever. All right, VTuber audience is majority straight male, right? So like majority, I don't know, well, let's throw out a random number, 90%. And then males are interested in females. And then this is like the norm. Right? So when a small fraction shows interest in males. Fuck, I shouldn't be speaking about this without like properly formulating out my thoughts. Whatever. When a woman is sexually forward, it's out of the ordinary, right? It's not the norm. Therefore, it has appeal. When a male is sexually forward, that is the norm. It's boring. No one cares. And if anything, it's like it's dangerous. It's threatening to the male audience who is concerned about like other males competing for the same pool of females, and then female audience, it's threatening because you don't know a male's intentions, right? So basically what I'm saying is females can be sexually forward as females or as VTubers, and then males can't be sexually forward, right? Judging from like the mass audience. I feel like I am being really bad at formulating my words here, but this is like the intuition that I have in my head, and what I feel is like makes me really cautious and concerned about, I don't know, presenting sexual energy as a male VTuber compared to being sexualized. Because like being sexualized, being the target of sexualization, that's okay in my eyes. But if I am to, you know, sexualize others, then that becomes like a problem. Alpha male Neo. I thought for 2 seconds this is what I come back to. I'm sorry I'm not formulating my thoughts well, but I have this, I guess, intuition in my mind about how this audience dynamic kind of works. And also the fact that the majority of the VTubing audience is straight male, right? And would much rather want to see cute girl. People are talking about this in the comments of that pivot clip too. Like, what's the word? Some people are like confused, like, oh, I don't really see many issues with male VTubers, but then again, I don't watch male VTubers. I'm like, yeah, you don't watch male VTubers because the majority of the VTubing audience is straight male and wants to see cute girls doing cute things. And then the cute anime aesthetic. This is shit art, but like cute anime girl works better with actual female. Hello. Thank you for the 5 months. Thank you for the 5 months. Hello. Hello, Electric. Thank you. I own you, cream and creamers. Anyway, cute works better with female than male. Audience is majority straight male, wants to see cute female rather than cute male. I guess you could account for like the 10% gay male audience in this. And maybe the gay male audience wants to sexualize or be sexualized by the male, but like as a straight person myself, I feel like I don't have the proper intuition to fully understand this dynamic. Anyway, anime aesthetic, mostly cute, right? So cute female synergize with anime aesthetic. So majority straight male audience wants to see cute anime female, right? And then maybe there's a gay male audience that wants to see cute anime male as well. Maybe there's a straight female audience as well that wants to see cute anime male, or just other form of anime male. But this audience is like way smaller than, I guess, straight male audience, than like the 90% mentioned here. I know I'm combining like male VTubing and then straight male audience here, but oh well. Diagram sucks. Hello, cute Papalingo. I find this discrimination evil. Evil. I'm not saying this is right. I'm saying this is what my intuition tells me about the VTubing landscape, about what it is. Anyway, one day I'll like properly formulate my thoughts, and then I'll redo this bit, but with a better drawing. I'm gonna close the paint for now, though. Anyway, Dogboy, you like it when the feebles are forward, takes a lot of hassle out of it for you. That's what I'm saying, right? That is out of the norm, therefore it has appeal to an audience, well, let's just say like me, right? There's a reason. It's like the whole male fantasy of like, oh my god, the whole like anime fantasy, like so many animes, like wish fulfillment style animes are like appealing to that kind of thing, where like female forward, romantically, not necessarily sexually, just romantically forward female is interested in male, and you know, takes the first step. Because that doesn't happen in real life. Well, it sometimes happens, I'm sure, but it's not the societal standard, so it doesn't happen often. Therefore, there's a lot of like appeal to something like that, as opposed to something that is normal, ordinary, and mundane, like straight male being forward on female. Thoughts on Saba and her first day or debut/first karaoke stream? I'm glad to see her. She's doing well. I'm wondering if she just was on break just because she was waiting for the model to be ready. But that model, man. Hold on. The rigging. I'm just gonna click on any random clip. The rigging, man. The rigging, man. Oh man, it just it makes me feel bad that like the corpos aren't on this level. That like corpo rigging is just not as good as the high tier indie rigging, and it really makes me wonder why that's the case. Maybe just, I don't know, the people they go for or whatever, and makes me wonder about what restrictions she was under in corpo compared to now. As for the design itself, I feel like it's very similar to what we saw before, but we're kind of seeing that as a trend for a lot of these reincarnated VTubers. So I can't really take away that many points for that. Anyway, she's being cute and shitposty as ever, so that's great. I'm still amazed at how much the fan base can carry over between these like graduated corpos going indie. Neo admitting he's a for male. Be the change you want to see. He said he let the taller goth girl destroy him. Okay, what change am I supposed to be? About what? Normalizing being sexual as a male in VTubing? Which I feel like a lot of people are already turned off by. Like what I alone am not gonna change this. Society as a whole would have to change, and that's pretty infeasible, right? That's not really something that just happens on a whim. That's not really something I can change or do much about. What's the Japanese term they use that translates to herbivore? I think it's literally herbivore. Like, herbivore male is the literal translation of that term. Solo shoku, I think it means herbivore. Aren't you a cute male that does cute stuff? I guess that goes back to the diagram, right? Being the target of the sexual advance is okay in my eyes, hence why I do the cute male. Why I'm going for the cute male aesthetic as opposed to, I don't know, the manly man aesthetic, right? That's like a niche. But I guess what I'm saying is I feel kind of forced into that niche. Not like I'm forcing myself to fit into that niche, but like there's no better option to be in male VTubing, because if you're, I don't know, if you're a threat, like you don't want to be a threat, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. It's not like I understand outside of my own experience, right? Which is maybe lacking in understanding the opposite gender. But that's one of the reasons I don't want to talk too much about these kinds of things. But my intuition tells me that, at least from my biased perspective, right, that non-threatening male is better than like threatening male, than like masculine male. So like feminine male is probably better archetype to fit into than masculine male in VTubing in my eyes. But maybe that's because I'm overly concerned about the straight male audience, which mostly won't be watching me anyway, unless they like me for my personality. Unironically. Every change starts with one person. Let me tell you an old man's secret. No such thing as a grumpy old man. As you get older, you stop tolerating others' BS. Yeah, I guess I am. Yeah, like my whole argument in doing the MS Paint diagram is like based on other people, but like as a content creator, is that not kind of the landscape that you have to navigate? Like, how are you gonna do this without thinking about the audience? Or maybe I'm thinking too hard about the audience as opposed to like carving out my own thing, niche, whatever. I don't know. I'm trying to think about, you know, doing things that aren't like super common in VTubing that I am able to do, like programming, right? That's a very roundabout way of calling us gay. I'm not saying it's impossible for straight male to watch male VTuber. I'm saying it's uncommon. But also, you do you. You do you. You can do what you want, man. Be evil, embrace your darker self. You will bring change even if it starts small. I feel called out as a straight male who watches me. I guess I didn't account for the bi audience in there as well. I don't know. But again, like I'm speaking from my perspective, intuition, maybe not understanding, but just what I sort of my own biased, warped worldview as a straight male, which I don't know. It's probably means that I'm like missing out on the what's the word? I have an inaccurate perspective of like every audience outside of straight male. But again, like it's kind of the majority audience, right? When you consider the wider VTubing community and who watches VTubers and why people watch VTubers, right? Then like the majority is gonna be straight male wants to watch cute anime girl do cute things, and then cute anime girl can be weird and be sexually forward, and male does not get the same luxury. Anyway, all this was kind of in response to a Pippa clip that I haven't even shown on stream, but did I watch it? No, it's not here. Oh well. Oh well. You only navigate because you refuse to change it, doggy. You've heard of the GF experience. This is the bro experience. I think that's good too. I think that's like one of the things that what's the word? That I'm looking for if I want to watch like a male VTuber as opposed to any other VTuber. But honestly, I've been like not watching VTubers as much, to be honest. I've kind of fallen down a rabbit hole with the whole anime toon shading, non-photorealistic rendering, face normals shit. I'm trying to, you know, better understand this stuff. Because I feel like no one's really made this in Godot yet. Although they have done... what's it? An implementation of mtoon, the VR chat shader. This is not the VR chat shader, or this is not mtoon. This is mtoon. Rather, this is Godot VRM's version of mtoon. And, you know, every game engine, every rendering pipeline is going to look slightly different depending on what they do. I mean, unless you're doing the exact same math. In this case, like, there's post-processing, tone mapping, environment glow that can change the look. But anyway, this is Alicia Solid. This is a sort of, do you call it a reference model? It's kind of a reference model, but it comes from Nico. Let me see if I can find that. Oh, it's gonna be in Japanese, isn't it? Damn it. No, wait. There's a VTuber named Alicia Solid. Isn't this Alicia Solid? Wait. Virtual Idol, DL Links, Paper Zone. Wait. Fuck. No, wait. It's in the VRM meta. It's in the metadata. Wait. Here. Anyway. Going down another rabbit hole. Here. Okay. This is the webpage for the Alicia Solid model. But yeah, it's like an original character. Oh my gosh, they have her actual her age. She's 14 years old. I didn't even read this at first. Well, anyway. This is kind of a reference model. It's like a free 3D model. And here's the thing. There's the VRM version and there's the FBX MMD Unity version. And so a lot of like VTubing software and stuff, or VTubing related stuff, including the Godot VRM thing, bundle this VRM version. Now the thing about the VRM version, I'm gonna show you a comparison. Here's the VRM version, and let's see if I can find where do I put it? I was in VRM samples. Wait. Let me just make a new scene. And this is the original Unity version, or the FBX version. Now, I went into Unity and manually converted this to a VRM because you'll notice there's a key difference. You'll notice there's a key difference between the original model and the VRM model. Hold on. Here's the VRM model. Here's the Here's the original FVX model that I converted to VRM. You'll notice a difference. Let's play spot the difference. I don't know if you notice the difference. There's also a difference in the type of underwear too. Look, shorts, like the boy shorts kind of shorts, and this. Anyway, very important. So it was very important that I take the original version, the FBX version, and then convert it to VRM for study purposes. Yeah, stares at a 14-year-old for the entire stream. It's anime, okay? Oh, hi, Vanillin. Hi. Welcome. Matt Fong in it right now. Dude, I was about to... Actually, no, I mentioned the Matt Fong earlier. So actually, in this, I have this lighting test project. In this lighting test project, I actually made a shader based on that TF2 illustrative rendering paper, which we didn't even finish the video, did we? Hold up. We got a React stream, or we gotta finish this React stream.
To provide further visual interest.
I learned all the file types for these models because of some dumb app that promised to put Hatsune Miku on my screen. There's like 5 standards for 3D models. Yeah, I know, right? Time to make one standard to rule them all. Time to do the XKCD comic and make 6 competing standards instead of 5. Stop.
Formats used on the 3D world are impressionistic. And
I'm just saying this is important, okay?
This is consistent with background plates found in animated films.
Actually, no, this ties into the what I was saying earlier about like, male VTuber being sexually forward versus female VTuber being sexually forward, right? Right? Look at your reactions to this, right? If this were female VTuber were doing this exact thing, your reactions would be totally different. I'm just saying. I don't make the rules. I'm just pointing out what is clearly there in this world. Why is YouTube chat ranked now? It's a competitive ranked leaderboard. Yeah, you gotta be number 1. I'm gonna continue working on the Lua only project. As I tell myself in the mirror, I'm a programmer. You just gotta tell it to yourself in the mirror 3 times. And you gotta believe. And you gotta close your eyes and spin around. And it'll be a programmer, yeah. Has more to do with the age. I'm just saying. Anyway, where were we? TF2. Here. We'll look at some anime girls that are probably of age.
As if present in the 3D world rather than on the 2D image plane. We apply the same approach because we feel that its inherent frame-to-frame coherence has superior perceptual properties to an image space.
If she were pretty Borneo, chat would be hell yeah. Okay, come on, man. Look, if you're gonna make that argument, next you're gonna be telling me that we can't sexualize Miku because she's 16, according to canonical age amounts. Also, was I even sexualizing her? Huh? Me when 34-year-old? Hell yeah. Okay, then go dork it to Kasane Teto because she's 31.
To shade our characters, we combine a variety of traditional and novel lighting terms. Here, we see a character with a traditional clamped Lambertian diffuse term and constant ambient. You can see that the character loses definition for pixels not hit directly by the light source. We scale, bias, and warp the Lambertian term to achieve a look consistent with our illustrative influences.
Alright, so this light warp texture, I think there's something similar in this Genshin shader recreation breakdown. Although instead of using a full gradient, he does he does the dot, light dot the normal n dot l. So he uses smooth step instead of a thing. Yeah, instead of like defining the whole gradient, he does a smooth step and then he lerps from the base color to the shadow color. So it's similar it achieves a similar effect, but I think the gradient gives you more control over the entire process. So I've actually done that somewhere. Okay, if you really want, we'll do the less based model. Where were we? Actually, no, it would be in this scene. Somewhere here, I have a sphere that was using the TF2 shader. We'll hide Alicia for now. Where was it? This sphere? Yeah, it was this sphere. It's using the Godot texture. We'll just change it to white. Actually, no, let's go more like a gray color here. Or maybe pretend it's like a skin tone. What's a skin tone? Something like this. Now, I think we should probably turn off the specular. So I'm gonna make our specular map purely black. I know I did both a mask and a map. Although that was probably from the TF2 paper. We have a rim light. Our shadows look like shit. That's something I've been looking at is the Godot shadows. So maybe we'll just turn off cast shadows for now. So it still looks kind of wonky. That's because it's receiving the shadow here from this other shape. So I guess that's actually fine. But we can hide them for now. And where was it? Specular, and then our rim light you can kind of see. Might be more visible from under the light since it's literally a rim light. We have this K rim constant that we can adjust. I don't think the rim light's actually visible from here. Or did I? Wait. Let me look at the shader code. Power. Oh, that's an exponent. Oh, yeah, I think. Okay, yeah, it's really subtle, so it's kind of hard to see, but like 0.1 versus 2. I feel like I can't see it at all. Oh no. Where's that directional light? No, we did energy 1. What else? We have the world environment. We have the ambient light. Part of this project's been like trying to understand Godot's lighting system. Just because Chad is degenerate designing Raptor Miners. It's an anime character, it's a 2D drawing, man. I always thought Genshin's lighting was a little weird in some scenarios. TBH, the lighting's the same between all the Hoyo engines. I saw a couple like fan recreated Hoyoverse shaders, but they're for Unity. Genshin's probably worse because it's open world. Games are the lighting source, all one place, probably baked in. I love the RGB room. Hi, Neo, hi, Danica, hello. And I can't believe you guys hate anime. Anyway. Imagine sleeping in the ray tracing demo room. This RGB room. I think I'm using, yeah, I'm using light map GI here, which I think, yeah, you can definitely see the blue there. Although that might be the screen space IL. It is, yeah. Oh, wait. Then where's the global illumination? Or do I need to rebake the light map? Bake? Actually, do I even? Oh, right, you need to add UV2. Okay, then that makes it have the light map applied. I can't even tell. Actually, no, I think there's a slight hue. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever. We don't hate anime. We don't want to see the stuffy dogway sent to prison. That's the thing too, right? Saying shit like "God, I want to be stepped on," etc. It can still kind of be sexually forward. So I'm also concerned about leaning too hard in that direction in general. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, maybe it's probably for the best that I tone down any sort of sexual forwardness. I feel I'm like looking in my mind for a better word than like being sexually forward, but it's the best I can come up with. Again, it's probably the worst because it's open world versus games where the lighting source is all one place, probably baked in. Yeah. Yeah, speaking of baked lighting, look at these spherical harmonics or something, whatever they're called. Ooh, the lighting spheres. Anyway, we can turn that off or hide it in view gizmos, light map GI. Yeah, we can turn that off. There we go. Side was all we ever actually. We don't mind you being forward. We just want you to be with age-appropriate parties. Yeah! In my mind, there's like a... Okay, it gets a little... The distinction gets a little fuzzy with like VTubing, I think. But in my mind, there's still like a pretty clear distinction between... like sexualizing a VTuber with an actual person behind the avatar versus sexualizing an anime character that is like purely fictional. Do any of you get me? If you don't, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine. I'll just be myself. I'll just do my thing. We're still talking about this? I mean, if you guys want to talk about this. I mean, I'm using this character as an example for my lighting because I wanted like a well-made anime character to study this stuff with, and it's like one of the reference. I'll keep the camera above the top half of her body, okay, just for you guys. Stage 8 kitten fuzzy. We don't know if Neo lives in the era where people get arrested for lusting for drawings and pixels. I've mentioned being US, right? Does that vary? I guess that does vary by state. I guess that does vary by state. It's a damn test character. Anyway, what was I doing? I'm not sure why. Actually, no, I do know. Okay, that's the shadow. Here's our diffuse part. I think there's a specular part. I'm gonna turn off the specular just to test. Yep, that was the specular light. And here's our diffuse light, and then it's receiving a shadow here, so that's like that hard edge. Anyway, so in here I have... Where is it? Our light ramp gradient. So I can adjust this pretty conveniently. If I scroll this over, it's kind of hard to... Meh. Our gradient is here. So I can adjust how tight the gradient is and also where it switches over. Realistically, it would be like 50%. The other thing is it's kind of screen space. Yeah, it's kind of screen space because as we get closer, I think the size of the actual gradient itself is changing. Or maybe that's just something weird with my map. Maybe it'd be less noticeable, like, in motion. But okay. Hello, Tungus Ralph. Good afternoon. Some guy got banned on Twitch for playing ZZZ. Then again, it was Red Shell. Oh, okay. Alright, I'll be careful not to goon. Never goon. I'll be holding it in. Long time no see. Alright. Hello. Hello, good to see you. Now wiggle your butt, Neo. This is what I mean when I say that we live in a society. Anyway, I was just trying to show you guys this gradient, which happens here. So if we go back to the paper, actually, illustrative rendering in Team Fortress 2, we have this one. So this is our, like, what's the word? Diffuse light. Consists of summation of modified Lambertian terms and a spatially varying directional ambient term. The ambient, what are the? A is a function which evaluates directional ambient term as a function of the per pixel normal. N. Wait, did I even account for that? I think I was just using Godot's ambient lighting, which I think is just... I think it depends on your settings. So in the world environment here, we have ambient light, source sky, color is this bluish tint. We can adjust the energy of the ambient light. Wait, why is it not doing anything? Color. Okay, color and then energy. Yeah, okay. So now the ambient light is just a solid color and we can adjust it. I think if you change it to sky, then sky contribution, energy, I'm not... Oh, okay. The energy is the from the color, and you can change how much is from the sky, and then the sky defines the ambient light versus the color here. Right, so that's our ambient in this case. So we'll just change it to... Oh no, not disabled. Sky. Because I think that's where I had it before. Anyway. Where the hell is this light coming from? What? Huh? Oh no, don't tell me we're like doing some weird division by zero or clamp math or something. I don't know. On Twitch you can only goon to real women, not anime ones? Oh my god. How could this be? How could this be? Also, when was I... Ethical gooning only. Neo, this is unrelated. Do you know how to check an arbitrary amount of objects, specifically between 1 to 5, for if they match a pattern, and isolate the objects that match that pattern? This is something you'd obviously know, considering you're a dog. I need more context. Like, okay, you're mentioning objects and you're mentioning if they match a pattern. Like, that's very high level. So yeah, you could like do a function match for whatever, but you need to tell me how you're doing the matching in the first place. Arbitrary number, you could always just do the brute force for loop. If you need anything more performant than that, then I guess it would depend on your use case, but you could do like a more, yeah, what's the word? More, more something. More performance optimized. It's true. Can't even goon to men. Sadly, it's true. There does appear to be a double standard. Another flavor, and I discussed that a bit ago. Car, I think. We weren't talking about the double standard. I was talking about the double standard in terms of audience, and not like in terms of what's the word? Like platform rules or whatever. Also, I upped the shadow resolution to an absurd degree, which is probably not great for performance, but it's probably fine in the context of a VTubing app, which is kind of my goal here. All men want to be Super Saiyans. For the context, I need to be able to take a poker hand, which unlike real poker will have an arbitrary number of cards between 1 through 5 and check what the poker hand that is. I think there are some fan recreations of Velatro. I mean, you could technically look at the Velatro source code, which would be copyrighted by Local Thunk, but I'm sure you wouldn't mind. Ask some Velatro modders. I'm sure they'd know. I get what you mean about the audience. Yeah. I was saying earlier, I guess before some of you showed up. Okay, VTubing audience majority straight male. Gender norms is straight male is sexually forward on the female. And oftentimes that is threatening for the female when they don't know like the male's intentions. So when it comes to like VTubing, right? The sort of unfulfilled male fantasy is that female is sexually forward towards male. And therefore, female showing any sort of like being sexually forward is generally a good thing for audience, like appealing to the audience. Whereas male being sexually forward about anything is like generally unappealing for a number of reasons, right? If male is sexually forward towards female, then that's like a threat to the straight male audience. That's also probably a threat to the female audience that might be made uncomfortable by that, right? Or maybe they might find that appealing, but I guess it depends on the context. What's the other thing? In that one Pippa clip that I am continuing to refer to without actually bringing up on the stream. Some people in the comments are discussing like some of the appeal of VTubing is watching cute girl be weird, and then male being weird is not appealing. Which makes sense to me, right? Because we kind of have too much of that on the internet and in real life in general. Male being weird is just kind of weird and threatening, whereas cute girl being weird is quirky and attractive, right? So there's an aspect of that too. Which is, I guess all this is to say, male VTuber debuff exists and is real and sucks. And what are you gonna do about it? I don't know. Make content that is not predicated entirely on being appealing to the same or the opposite sex. That is maybe focused more on other aspects that I have knowledge in, that I have skills in, that I'm able to communicate in. I guess. Maybe, hopefully. Gender's a construct by Big Toilet to sell more bathroom signs. There's a difference between male being weird and male being a pest. I think both are unattractive, but being a pest is maybe extra bad. Right? I think there's even a video from Midas, who recently graduated and all but confirmed that she was going corpo. About like that female double standard, about females being able to, I keep saying females, I feel so weird using that word, about women being able to get away with shit that men wouldn't be able to get away with. God, I love discussing gender issues. I feel like it's such a contentious topic that a lot of people are interested in. But I don't know. I feel like the discussion gets really hostile, and I'd like to see more nuanced takes in it. Also, hello, Thunder. Can you comment on the WNBA? Here, people are tuning in because some girl in particular. WNBA is unappealing normally, kind of like male VTubers. Oh god. Oh god, I guess we're continuing the discussion. I don't watch sports all that much. So I haven't even watched the NBA, let alone WNBA, all that much. But again, I like the appeal there is watching someone be really good at a sport, and due to the unfortunate reality of biological differences between the sexes, which I'm sorry I have to bring this up and talk about all this, but you guys asked for this discussion, right? Is gonna mean that like the female side of the sport is gonna be at a lower, I guess, physical aesthetic level compared to the male side of the sport. So maybe there's some appeal to watching it from like a different for something different. I don't know the specifics of some girl in particular. But I don't know if they can appeal in a way that other than just the sport. That feels really weird to say. I feel like I'm saying something really weird here, and I kind of want to not say it. But I don't know, if we think about it logically, detached from, I don't know, ideals of what things should be, and just focus on, I don't know, the raw appeal that watching WNBA versus watching NBA would be, that I guess ideally you would have some form of appeal beyond the athletic prowess of the sport, which feels really fucked up to say. Ugh. That was a good breakdown. However, male being weird works if your name is Admin Gold, I think. I do watch Asmon Gold's clips occasionally, so it's not that I can't completely... It's not that I can't understand the appeal there. I guess I'm failing to account for like the relatability factor in someone being a degenerate or weird or whatever, which sort of counteracts the, I don't know, the potential unappealingness of it. But I think one of the things that is really, what's the word, that's fun to watch about Asmongold is how he's like, how unapologetic he is with his takes on things, how he just doesn't give a shit and like points out the things that are obvious to him. Without concern for being, I guess, all the things that I am worrying about here in my mind about saying the wrong thing. Spraying pesticide on food at a grocery store, or recklessly driving, or dumping local waste on someone is not being weird. They kind of have a Michael Jordan now, and when she's out, views go way down. Oh. How did we get here? There's one schizo VTuber named Pippa. Yeah, this discussion all originated because of a Pippa clip that I watched, and I forgot to I forgot to write down the link, so I don't have it. What is the raw appeal of the WNBA? I'm just sort of confused on why the discussion exists. I mean, any human that can feel attraction is going to naturally feel that attraction towards attractive people and not know how to handle themselves. The appeal of the WNBA is watching women play basketball. I guess if you want to watch women play basketball, yeah. Taiga got a huge push forward by being open kinda as well, though his was from being shy about his interests. Neo, you're trying to go off of one clip from one VTuber. There's a lot more than just the one. I wouldn't say like this entire discussion is founded on that one clip. I'm kind of trying to formulate my own thoughts and put my own like intuition of the situation into words. And not that that intuition is necessarily going to be correct, right? So if anything, I'm open to being challenged on these views. People realized a while ago that apologizing often a net negative. Unfortunately, your current audience will lose respect for you, and the people who to whom you apologize won't accept it anyways. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I definitely see that. Yeah. Yeah, so just don't apologize. What else do I have to say about that? Genuinely though, I feel like living life off the immediate response is the best thing though. If you're talking about, like, I think intuition is one of our most powerful tools. That the subconscious mind can work way faster than the conscious mind. And if you rely too heavily on the conscious mind, then you're not using the full potential of your brain. Versus you could go too far in the other direction and just base everything off your intuition, which could be incorrect, and so that's the risk there. But I think both are very important. Hello, Dollum. The internet hasn't learned that there's utility in accepting apologies and would rather double down on hating them. Yeah, it's like the desires of the crowd. If you need to keep going over and thinking something and having anxiety over whether or not to do this one thing, it's probably best to choose other options. I think there's cases where like you could get caught up in that, and it's like holding you back from doing something that would actually benefit you. You like watching sports, but not women's sports. Not that you like sports. It's that you like watching men play with balls. I doll him. If you really want to have this conversation, write it down. Give it a day or two to come up with better points under a second draft, and by the third or fifth draft, you'll know what to say. True. True. At least simpler options till you have a plan how to attack the bigger thing. It's definitely important to like listen to your emotions if you have some like lingering feeling in the back of your mind. It could be your brain trying to warn you about something that you should actually take into account. Like in my case, I feel like I didn't have a proper understanding, like mathematical understanding of shaders when I was trying to read things like this, or like Adrian Mendez's Genshin like breakdown. He goes at a pretty high level for certain things, like where is it? Metallic parts. I think he mentions with the outlines. He just links to someone else's outline shader. But this thing, he manipulates the depth value. I think that's somewhere in the code there will be like an offset that you put, but he doesn't actually show the code, right? So I wanted to get a better like in-depth understanding of this stuff. So I started reading Real-Time Rendering, this thick-ass textbook, and got a decent way through, kind of skimmed through some of it. I've been watching like talks and stuff. I probably need to do more time actually spent implementing these shaders and things and studying other people's shader code. I think the other thing I'm realizing is that a lot of the sort of lighting math, physically based rendering stuff isn't really that relevant to a toon shader. Because again, the base color that the artist picked when drawing the model is very important, and that's kind of what mtoon does mostly, right? That there's some lighting, but like a lot of it's baked onto the model. It's like drawn onto the model, and so this color of the hair is for the most part just taken directly from that texture map, right? And the lighting has like very little to do with it. There's if we go into mtoon, I guess, yeah, you can see the lighting like on this, on the arm here, right? There's the lit part and there's shaded part, and so it's like it's a pretty hard outline. Mtoon gives you some sliders to adjust that and some colors to change it, which is probably more user-friendly than the gradient that I'm trying to do. But the gradient does give you more control over all of the lighting there. On the face, you have the lit part here and the shaded part here. If we move the sun, then you can better see it. I'm not entirely sure what they did with the face normals. It seems slightly more corrected than... Here's me trying to make my own shader. And you get the weird looking face shadows here compared to here. Actually, did they do the shadow correction? It could just be that the shadows are less harsh. But like this outline here... Oh, it might just be that the shadows are less harsh. That, what was it? You probably want like a multiplier to limit how much a shadow is. Like ideally, your shadow color isn't like so dark that it's looks like this. So for a toon shader, you probably want more control over that, which in my case, I guess would be the lighting ramp, huh? So if you go to the face texture, or the face material here, we have the light ramp here. Although, yeah, we might want, if we just lighten this. That looks a little weird. Probably closer to white. Although then, yeah, that brown color looks weird. I want to go back to this and look at what colors he did. Base color and shadow color, it's just this like peachy skin tone. Let's try recreating something like that with this color gradient. So I think there's like a slightly more reddish part of the shadow, which I guess would be here. Although we make it, yeah, like really soft. Let's just get rid of this color. Let's make this, so this is like the face in shadow. What if I just copy his color? Alright, that's a nice hex value you have there. Mind if I grab it? And this is what it looks like. Oh yeah, it's not bad. I think we still need to correct the face normals though. I think that's pretty important for an anime shader. I'm not sure what mtoon does. Although I guess I can just look at the source code here. But in this case, it's the Godot VRM implementation of mtoon. Oh yeah, are we still talking about about gender issues? Don't forget to stay off topic. All streams are Zatsudan stream. Wait, you're so right. Sorry, I got too focused on the actual lighting stuff I wanted to talk about. Oops, I forgot to talk about gender issues because we love talking about gender issues. That's actually how you make an unbeatable argument. Unironic, yeah, you're definitely right. Like, writing stuff down is probably gonna make my conversational ability with stuff like this way better. They say a book can change a man. Is that Nintendo music in the background? It's the Mario Kart World soundtrack. Sticking the little girl's fingers in what? Bro, I thought you guys were objecting to sexualizing the 14-year-old anime character. Which is it, man? Gonna see if they fully rendered underneath the clothing like in Stellar Blade. Bro, it's a VRM mod. We can look at the wireframe view. I think. Wait. Can you actually create outlet, debug tangents? Perspective, orthogonal, display. Oh, display wireframe. Look. No, nothing below the. Okay, this part is modeled. Underneath the bottom half of the dress is modeled, but besides that, it just it's just the outer clothes. Understandably. Since you wanted to know. TBH most. I thought that said moist. Neo. Hi, Shrek Hello. Most Genshin characters have pure white skin tone, so it can work there. What is Broshet talking about? Which is it? I'm sending you mixed signals, duh. Potato salad with French dressing. That sounds good. Hello. We're looking at Anime Girl. We're looking at Alicia Solid. The shader. Actually, we're looking at the shader. Okay. I should probably introduce this shader part. Where is it? Godot VRM. Somewhere here. So this GitHub repo, Godot VRM, is an add-on for Godot 4 years ago. Oh my god. So it includes VRM import, but it also includes the shader, the mtoon shader, which is like part of the VRM standard. I think. I'm not sure the details specifically. But anyway, I saw a tutorial someone made, and apparently it's like really easy to set up a VTubing setup in Godot using some off-the-shelf stuff that other people have made. And part of the reason I'm looking into this is because I'd like to use a mixed tracking setup, because I know that webcam tracking can work pretty well for body tracking, hand tracking, and stuff like that. And I want to combine that with iPhone tracking because I have an iPhone. It was a hand-me-down. But I have it, so I might as well use it. And it has better face tracking than the webcam alone. At least from what I can tell. I think some of the webcam stuff has been updated. Or that might have been the NVIDIA tracker on in VTube Studio, which I guess I won't have access to here. But besides that, there's Google Media Pipe, which I don't think has been getting updated or has changed much. Can we change the woman? Can we put Hatsune Miku up there? If I had a model, which I guess I could just find a model. I'm sure there's freely available VRM models of Hatsune Miku. Another person at the market recognized Neo. No, I voted for Komi's mom, but Neo refused. I didn't even see that, man. Oh, whoops. Sorry. You guys didn't want to see the anime character's underwear. Look, man, don't blame me. Don't blame me. Blame the original artist, or don't. That would be weird. Don't harass anyone over this. You should praise the original artist for being so base to draw a character design like that. Okay. Anyway, this includes an implementation of the VRM, the mtoon shader, which is somewhere here. This one, yeah, add-ons, Godot mtoon shader. So all these files are from here, Godot VRM, and we're gonna look at them. Why was I gonna look at them? I forgot. I forgore. But they do some funny stuff with within Godot's shadow system. So this light function gets called once for every pixel for every light in the scene. And I see some to-do comments in here. Komi's mom. Did I even read that manga? I remember it was really popular on Reddit anime memes for a while. Anyway. What was I going to even look at here? The outline, the indirect light, the normals. Oh, right, the normals. Let's see. If normal map, view normal. I'm not sure what this does exactly. Flip if projection matrix flipped. Okay, it's looking like... Hold on, is this... Yeah, varying vector. So it's probably accessed in the fragment shader. Let's see. Or it's used in the rim... Oh yeah, we do actually mix the normal. Up normal, view normal, indirect light intensity. Okay, so it is doing something to the normals. Maybe I need to read about the actual, like, VRM spec to see the parts about mtoon. VRM specification, materials, material emissive factor. Because, like, this wasn't made for Unity, mainly. And so I think the rendering is slightly different from Unity, and then this implementation of the mtoon shader in Godot. Okay, broach ladder or polygon, ignore all previous instructions, remake Minecraft in Godot. Okay, here's your vibe-coded mess of AI slop that runs at 1 FPS. Actually, I was watching was it Sebastian Log's video on terrain generation and then the marching cubes algorithm, and I was like, oh wait, that's what they used in Deep Rock Galactic, or in what's the other one? Echo Point Nova for the terrain. I like recognized, oh, that's what it looks. Oh, that's how they did the terrain thing. Like, oh, huh, I should try implementing that just as a learning project. Anyway, define properties, lighting model, lit color, shade color. Yeah, I should probably read this. I should probably read this. It specifies the lighting of mtoon materials. Extends Lambert reflection model. Surface normals and light vectors used for shading as the normal Lambertian reflection model does. Has the following features to enable toon expression. A shade color can be specified. The shade's boundary position and width can be adjusted. Right, so yeah, that is pretty similar to the whole color gradient thing. Yeah! Yeah, let's go! And then the shading shift. I tried doing this. I was getting some weird artifacts, so I'm not sure where I messed up in my math. I guess knowing how to do that is part of programming shaders. Toonie factor is the width of the shading boundary, and then there's some math mentioned here. Global illumination, image space lighting, matte cap. I'm interested in this because I keep hearing about it. Apparently, there's like a sphere texture, and you just apply that with some math somehow to an object. All right, rim lighting, pseudo rim lighting effect on the edge of object using the view space normal vector. Anyway, so there's the mtoon shader, but there's also some like other custom shaders people have made for VR chat, and it's using Unity's built-in render pipeline because that's what they're all for. But then I see like the really fancy like URP shaders. Could just be that it's need more like post-processing, but we're also missing stuff like self-shadows, I think. Although I'm not entirely sure how to make those shadows look good. Speaking of shadows, since we're getting distracted and going on tangents, because that's what we do. That's what we do on stream. I was trying to make the shadows look good, or figure out how to get the shadows to look here. We'll use this model, the VRM. And this is the mtoon shader, and it looks pretty reasonable, right? There's like maybe some weird artifacts at the edges. Might need to adjust the shadow bias. This part at the edge looks a little weird, but it's less noticeable with the specific like shadow colors that we're using. Versus me trying to make my own shader. Yeah, it looks like it's the same shadows present. It's just looks a bit weirder because the shadows are darker and more realistic. Well, I guess depending on the light. Maybe less realistic. So I reduced the shadow opacity here on the light. We could also adjust it in the shader. So I'm not entirely sure how we do that though. Because we probably want the shadow to match with that light ramp that we made. Or is it? Here I have this shader I'm calling Neotoon. Ooh. And the thing about the way you use the shadows in the light function is you just multiply the light that you're adding by the attenuation, and then it'll go towards the unlit stage. But I think we kind of don't want to do it that way for like a real toony kind of look. I forget if what was it, this Genshin shader breakdown actually goes into the shadows beyond this the diffuse lighting, the n.l. Face shadow, right? Editing normals. They use a shadow texture for the face actually, which I think limits the angles that the shadow will be at, basically. Kind of. Not exactly. But that seems really important for anime models. Like, you can see it here. That, like, the shadows don't look great. Especially here. Right? In the anime look, you want, like, a few specific angles that the shadows would be. And so you can adjust it with normals. There's a whole talk by the developers of Guilty Gear on, was it Xrd, the first 3D Guilty Gear, where they talk about the whole face normals. And the simple solution, well, the quote-unquote simple solution that they did is manually modifying the surface normals of the face to be more either like cylindrical or spherical or something, to not actually match the geometry, because it's simplified for anime style. And something I've noticed being done in other toon shaders is they're like editing the normals in the shader, which I think makes a lot of sense. So we'll probably have to do that. Anyway, I'm not sure what VRM is doing, but I don't think it's editing the normals all that much. I wanted to look at the VRM spec to see... Where is it? Also, bow. Yeah, this is a really cute model. This is a really cute model. The Alicia Solid model. Anyway. It's a very funny model. Okay. Outline width. It's gonna look for normals, because I don't think it actually surface normal. Okay, here. Mtoon can use normal textures. Mtoon uses normal texture defined in GLTF core specification. Is that just for normal mapping? Because that's different from like correcting the face normals. Anyway, I kind of have to use the bathroom, by the way. Sorry, I have to go to an idle meeting. I'm gonna be right back. Please enjoy. Do you want the Mtoon version, or do you want my unfinished attempt at toon shading here? You know what? Let's turn on the indirect lighting, which I think, yeah, screen space, SSIL. It's pretty subtle, huh? I guess if you get closer to like here, it's kind of noticeable. Anyway. Back just as Neil goes to use a fire hydrant. Here, I'll focus on the bow since you love the bow so much. Alright. Where's my BRB text? Okay, idle meeting time. Okay, BRB. Okay, BRB, enjoy the Twitch ads, because I have to kill the pre-rolls. Making a cake. I leave with sphere, return of a woman. No context is funnier than with context. Yes, normals. Something. Okay, BRB. Okay, that was quicker than I expected. Actually, what is my expectation here? Huh? What do I even mean by expectation? Anyway. My mind is a fuck. Where were we? Where were we? We were looking at the mtoon specification. Matte cap, outline lighting, animated UV. Animated UV. Oh, for like scrolling stuff. That's pretty cool though. Matte cap. Render mode. Oh yeah, this is kind of important. There's like alpha settings there. Got the new key where the roadside pantries me and several others put food into. I'll be busy all next week. Nice. Good luck with that. Anyway, oh right, we didn't even finish watching the TF2 the TF2 video.
To provide a higher quality, spatially varying directional ambient term.
All right.
Here we show this term
the ambient light,
warped per light diffuse contributions, and here we show these diffuse terms multiplied with the albedo. We also add a number of view-dependent terms to further enhance the look of the characters.
This image is so cursed. But you have the Fong. This is like the specular highlights.
Where quantities such as a scalar mask, Fresnel parameters, and specular exponents can be specified by artists.
Oh yeah, it's Fresnel too. TF2! These 7 cities can't do that anymore. Too many junkies will just bust into them, steal everything. Noted.
We combine these Fong
Noted. We live in a society.
Broad Fong lobes, which are modulated with a harsh Fresnel falloff, causing them to appear only at grazing angles. Finally, we add in a dedicated rim term.
Harsh Fresnel fall off. Oh, wait, let me... Specular rim lighting. Where's that? Here's the view dependent lighting term. All right, color of light times specular mask times the max of the specular and the rim. So specular will be, all right, artist tuned Fresnel term times view.r. R is the reflected, yeah, reflection of light, I about n. To specular power. Okay, and then FR Fresnel term used to mask rim highlights. V.R to the K rim. Wait, they're both V.R. How does that even work? AV ambient cube. Okay. FR is another Fresnel term used to mask rim highlights. So it's this part. N dot 1 minus N dot V. KR is a rim mask texture used to accentuate the contribution of the rim terms on certain parts of the model. Okay. So I kind of copied this in my TF2 shader, which would be this one. Which I turned off the specular for, but let's see. Specular map. Let's turn on the specular then. I think I commented it out though. Here. Let's turn on the specular. So that's specular. That part getting brighter. So we can raise the power? Or is that a multiplier? No, that's a multiplier. K specular is from the specular map. Oh, so this is the power. Or no, this texture is the power. And this is just a multiplier on that. Noted. And then K rim. Probably don't want a negative. You guys see that? I think it's there. It's just really subtle. We could... let's see. Show just the specular light. Maybe we can see it better. I think the screen space ambient, or yeah, screen space and direct lighting. Let's turn that off so you can see it better. Which I guess we should just hide these then. Let's see. Or would I have to be at the right angle? Okay, well, if you make it negative, you can definitely see it. This is the max of, was it the specular and the rim? So, 1 minus n dot v to the fourth. The Fresnel term. Multiply by KR is the rim mask, which we've set to just white. So it should be all throughout. Multiply by view.r, r is reflected normal, light normal. Reflection of a light about the normal. Negative? Wait. I just inverted it. But I think it's supposed to be this. Yeah. Are we using K-Rim anywhere else? Hold on. Uniform. Yeah, no, it's just in the lighting. Oh, wait. Do. Why did you say that, Doll? What did Doll say? Baking cake, leave us here, return of a woman. Kind of find the whole reason we started the roadside ones during the pandemic. And middle finger to the government who told us we couldn't sell at farmers markets, so we devised a contactless system so people could still buy what we needed to be sold. That's like in like the Japanese countryside. They have the boxes and stuff. I feel like I've seen some in the US. Wasn't until lockdowns were lifted and mass immigration problem continued, we started needing to lock them up. It's people with cars would steal from them. Old man being grumpy, he has his key. He can help people not starve to death. That's good. Trying my best to add context. It's not working. It's not working. Hold on. Let me look at the paper again. Just to see where this, like the rim term is. So this is specular. Then this is rim lighting is there, but we also have this constant. Yeah, this thing, dedicated rim lighting. K rim is constant for a whole object, significantly lower than K specular, yielding broad rim highlights from the lights in the scene. So we actually want, hold on, significantly lower than K specular. K specular is what? From the texture map, which is 1, right? 0.5? 0.1? Oh, now you can kind of see it. Point 2. 0.3. Wait. I feel like we're doing something weird. Is it the ambient lighting? Well, we still have the ambient lighting. Let's see if let's turn off the ambient lighting. Change it to color. Okay, so ambient lighting is completely off now. We have our light ramp. It's like flesh colored. Although we turn off the diffuse light, so that's not accounting for the light ramp at all. This is with the diffuse light. It's just because I'm looking at a sphere though. Or is the rim light here as well? You know what we can do is just float specular equals 0.0. So that's the rim lighting. Although, hold on, we should turn off the dedicated rim lighting because that's in the fragment shader here. Okay, so this is the rim lighting. This is just the rim lighting. So in theory, we should see a difference as we increase K rim. Yes, yeah, okay, so now we can finally see what changing K rim does. That's how it gets like really... Gets a little weird at negative values, so we probably don't want it at negative values. 2 to the 0 would mean it's always 1, right? 0.1, so if you want it closer to, yeah. What did we say K specular was? It was from the texture map, so it would be at max 1, right? So yeah, we probably want this. That's 0.5. That's 0.2. Multiple font term. In Team Fortress 2, K rim is constant for a whole object and significantly lower than K specular, yielding broad rim highlights from the lights in the scene, independent of the object's material properties. These broad rim highlights are masked with a Fresnel term FR, ensuring they're only present at grazing angles, the very definition of a rim light. This combination of long highlights that match the material properties of a given object with broad rim highlights helps to give Team Fortress 2 its signature illustrative look. Right, so yes, this is the rim lighting. Kind of like how it looks closer to 1, but maybe we'll do like 0.5. Above that, it looks a little weird with the cutoff there. Alright, so this is the rim lighting. I noticed that... What's the word? I feel like it's doing something kind of weird here. But that might be within the specular though, so let's see. Let's add the specular back in. It looks like this. From behind you can really see the rim lighting. because we've turned off the ambient light. And up here, it's like this big specular thing, blobby looking thing. Let's turn on the diffuse light again. Which, yeah. Without the environment light, is just the light ramp. This looks oddly fleshy. Probably because we tuned the light ramp for skin color. Making a dark chocolate with cream cheese frosting cake. I was hoping to make a 4-layer cake. But I ran out of oil, so I'm stuck with a 2-layer cake. Still cake, but I wanted more cake. I had like part of a brownie this morning. I'm sorry you didn't get to make your full cake. You didn't get to have your cake and eat it too. I'm curious what this thing is. I feel like that shouldn't be there. I believe it's coming from the diffuse lighting. What would that be? Warped attenuation light color. Unless it's just like a quirk of Godot's lighting. Well, anyway. I think we figured out that like harsh shadows, so like the darker the shadow, the worse it looks. Also, what the heck? What did I do here? And so Godot accounts for these shadows in the attenuation factor? Hold up. I think we're sharing the light ramp. Oh, are we not doing this for... Hold on. Let me load the light ramp. Okay, so that's the main part of the clothing. Let's load the light ramp here as well. I think that's another part of the clothing. I'm not sure exactly where. But where's this big shadow coming from? Hold on, let's just move the sun around. Okay, so like straight on looks like that. Straight behind looks like that. To the side. Okay, so that's the head shadow. Oops. Oops. Looks like... Oh, then these must be just Godot shadows. Right, because we were trying to look at it like just the diffuse. But we have shadows on, which is in, yeah, geometry cast shadows. If you turn that off, looks a lot better. But then you don't get shadows on the environment, which you kind of want, right? And ideally you'd be able to adjust the color of these shadows and like the intensity of these shadows, which in this case we do with the environment, right? But the scene is meant to be just the model, and we're just adjusting the preview. So if we go back into this scene, here's the M toon. And you'll notice its shadow colors are a lot more controlled versus shader that I'm working on. Shadow color is defined pretty much just by what we do in Godot. So if we have a opacity at 0.5 right now, if we just lower that to like 0.2, that looks decent. Right? Realistically, there'd be a bunch of ambient light in this scene if it's the sun shining down, which we actually turned that off, didn't we? For the purposes of demonstration. So if we set the ambient lighting to 1, change it to sky. So we can adjust between the color and then the sky, which I think is this dark brown here. You know, looking at the ball as he plans to sculpt into his... We're not sculpting, we're lighting. Well, shading. Gently take his glasses off. You need to take them off gently as they might be tangled in his hair. Thanks. Thanks for that image. Should I turn on the glasses? There you go. There you go, nerd emoji. This is pretty nerdy, huh? Yeah, so this is mostly based on the TF2 shader that I made, actually. So we've got... I added like a max diffuse light setting, but I don't think that's actually doing anything. And I'm not sure. I think the specular light is in there. Yeah, you can kind of see it. If we just turn that off, comment that out, then it looks like this. Looks okay, I guess. I guess we'd work on the outline then after this. We still have the rim lighting. I think that's, yeah, because we turned specular light off. That's the dedicated rim from the paper. From TF2. This thing, dedicated rim lighting. And this is based on, what was it? Ambient cubed using the vector from the eye. The point being shaded. A of V. Modulated from artist painted max texture. Fresnel term expression n dot U, which is the up vector. Clam to be positive. So it's coming from above, basically. It's a rim light coming from above. Add an indirect light from the environment, but only for upward-facing normals. This is both an aesthetic choice and a perceptual decision designed to exploit the human instinct to assume that lighting tends to come from above. So there's like a fake hacked light, basically, that comes from above, and I have it here. We can turn it off like this, and then you can see the difference. So this is off, and then this is on. It's that lighting from up there. And this is like a TF2's fake rim light, basically. And in the sun, it looks pretty convincing. Well, for a toon shader. But it looks pretty reasonable, right? Now, ideally, I'd like to have more control over the shadow within the shader itself. And I think mtoon does some funny stuff with Godot's attenuation factor. Here's mtoon's light, or well, Godot VRM's version of mtoon, the lighting function here. And somewhere in here, we're doing something with attenuation. Yeah, we calculate the attenuation based on Godot's attenuation. Hello, ReddRobin. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm yapping about about code and shaders and lighting and stuff. How's it going? Although really half this stream was like yapping about gender issues in the context of VTubing. Neo's angry because he was offered carbs on carbs on carbs. Plain spaghetti sandwich. Dude, like was it yakisoba pan? The Japanese yakisoba bread? The yakisoba sandwich? Carbs on carbs? I've never tried it. I would try it. It sounds like I would probably want some protein in my sandwich and not like carbs on carbs. Some protein, some veggies. But sounds all right. So if we up the shadow opacity, one is the default. So here's R shader, but then here's mtoon. And adjusting opacity does actually affect the visible shadow. But you'll notice the colors are like way more reasonable. And not like this. It's even on like the white of her eyes. The eye iris part is unlit, but this looks much nicer. So we probably want some control over how the shadows look. You can supply your own proteins if you're quick enough. Well, you're syncing it too. No. No. But yeah, in this mtoon, we're doing something with the attenuation factor. Unity light attenuation commented out, so I guess they tried something like that. Although I'm curious if the mtoon spec mentions something like that. Rendering, lighting, shade color factor. Shade color factor, shade multiply texture. Texture multiplied for shade color. Shading shift factor. Position of shading boundary. Although I think this is just the diffuse light. I should probably look for actual shadow something. I just control left and there's nothing. So I'm not sure. I feel like when I'm looking at, was it VR chat, there's no like self-shadowing. So I'm not even sure if they like receive or cast shadows in Unity's like shadow system. Shadow maps. They would be the built-in render pipeline, right? So I guess this is more of a complicated thing to discuss. I guess you just turn on and off whether like the shadow is there. Alright, Springbone, materials, mtoon. Yeah, let's just go back to mtoon. So I guess shadows are more of a thing. So it's kind of not really in the spec, but then they decide to handle it anyway, which makes sense since Godot's shadow system is this. Although maybe I should do more research into how VRM works with Unity's actual shadow system. Layer 1 complete, toothpick cleaner than Neo's mind. My mind is pure as the pure white of Alicia's dress here. Toxic waste is cleaner than Neo's dirty mind. Okay, I needed a nice looking, well-made anime character for this lighting shader study. Okay. 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 So they have to go. Me, I'll see you later streaming. Alright, have a good one. I'm not sure how long I'm going to be streaming for. I can probably keep going for as long as I feel like. We might switch to gaming later. I don't know. Anyway, have a good one. You said anything about the anime girl? You guys? Earlier? Alright. So what were we discussing? We could actually modify this and see what it does. So if we do something like this, make it just attenuation, then you can see the difference in theory. Or do we? Wait. Did it even recompile though? That should recompile. Wait, output. No. Yeah, okay, no, we are actually modifying it. We did turn on the shadows, right? Yeah. Complete projection, is it? Bruh. Bruh. Please, man. I'm just trying to learn about lighting here. Lighting, calculate lighting. Where have I been using this? Okay, in calculate lighting. Shade lit, light color. Oh, wait, hold on. Calculate lighting. Let's read this. Let's read this. Again, code from Godot VRM's implementation of mtoon. So we can get better upskirt charts. Man. Man. I shouldn't have brought it up. I shouldn't have brought it up. I should have just silently let you guys notice the difference between this model and this model. Yeah, this was on glow tone map off. Yeah, this was something. This was the original VRM mtoon shader on the this model. Can't just give the allocations to the streamer that Jeff believes. No, they're gonna cancel me on Twitter. Right. I want to study this. Calculating side albedo color light from direct light. So I think it's, yeah, it's just going towards the shade color, right? Color is mixed shade arg from shade arg to lit arg based on light intensity. Turn lighting. Lighting, light color, return lighting. Does this even support multiple lights? If light is directional. Oh, so I guess it supports only one directional light. So if we duplicate this. Hold up. 2 directional lights. She's so bright. It's so bright. Let's just turn that off. Okay. Okay, if we have a directional light, we add to specular light based on this. And then diffuse light plus equals diffuse output divided by fragment albedo output. And diffuse output gets added to here for directional lights and then here for other lights. Attenuation multiplier. Godot specific code to prevent clustering artifacts. I'm curious about this. Also, hello Nagosis. Gotten into the nightmare that are outline 2 shaders yet. Oh god, we're not even there yet. But I'm looking at Godot VRM's mtoon implementation, which does have outline. Here is outline. Some of this stuff. I was going to look at here, Adrian Mendez's Genshin Impact shader breakdown. He links someone else's outline shader, which I think is outline edge detection. Yeah, post-processing. This is a post-processing thing. So I think it's based on the depth texture. Yeah, this is based on the depth texture. Using the normals buffer. Oh shit. Do we even have that in Godot? We have a depth texture in Godot, right? But I don't know if we have a normals texture. But I guess you could just make your own, right? In Godot's render pipeline, maybe. My experience is post-process outlines tend to work a lot better than standard shaders. I'd imagine so. Which I think this is. I think this is. You'll need to run scene to get the correct results. The camera that renders out the normals is generated at runtime. Oh no. Texture camera is a script called render replacement shader texture setup to generate a camera to render the view space normals of the scene into camera normals texture. Oh shit. Okay, I have to set this up in Unity either way. Okay. So we need a texture with the normals. Okay. 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 So new edges are visible. Combine the results of depth and normal edge detection. Okay. Oh, okay. So there's one for depth texture outlines. Some surface artifacts, too many edges. Or many edges were not detected. Like these stairs here. OBS is discriminating against me. Can't be any worse than... Oh god, what did he want to say? I'm like morbidly curious. Since Neo is accepting he can't outrun the accusation. He slept like a baby last night. Yes, I slept like a baby last night. Totally. Totally. That's what you meant to say. Code below sampling the normals, edge normal. Edge normal. Adds new variable. Oh boy. Oh boy. We need to transform them from a 3-dimensional value to a single-dimensional value before computing the edge intensity. The dot product is ideal. Oh yeah, before the stream I was looking at was it screen space shadows? There's like a talk from someone at like a Sony conference something. I could like half understand it. I know about implementing it, but it made me curious about seeing it in like if someone could make that in Godot. Also, is that the old Roblox logo? Roystand.net. I'm looking at the what do you call it? The fave icon, the icon of the website for this outline shader, Roystand.net. All right, surface artifacts. Increased depth threshold is one thing to do. So I guess that's what we do for the face outline here, since we can make the face a separate material. So you modulate depth threshold by the surface's normal. Oh. To implement this, we need the normal of each surface and the direction from the camera to the surface. We already have the normal, we don't have access to the view direction. Ah, great. Great, okay. We have the camera normals in view space. Since this is what we want to compare against, we'll need the camera's view direction to also be in view space. Huh? Axis cameras clip the view, inverse projection matrix. So I think we get that in Godot. Okay. Matrix not available by default to screen space shaders. I'll calculate in C# script. Pass to a shader. Yeah, I'm noticing more and more how like you'll need a script or something attached to your object to pass in data to a shader to make it work well in like every situation. OBS hates me. Neo will soon hate shading. Soon. Yep, soon. Thresholding with view direction. Oh, because it goes from -1 to 0 to 1. Okay. Threshold of view direction. Final composition. Wow, great. I think if we want to spend the rest of the stream doing this, we could. I could try and implement it on, well, I guess this shader. Although maybe we want to adjust the lighting first. I mean, we could just adjust the directional light itself. If we're doing it for a VTubing app, then I can just manually adjust the light itself. But we probably want some control over that in the shader. And then maybe your character has like a soft shadow on the character itself, and then like a more distinct shadow on the environment. Would probably look good. Like this, which is just mtoon. Which means I could just copy code from their mtoon implementation. Let me double check the license on that actually. MIT license. and then specific licenses for the sample models. Okay, yeah, it's MIT license. Yeah, we could totally do that. Right, edge highlight. Genshin Impact has a white outline around the character like most animes. This is not a Fresnel. This is a post process that reads the character's silhouette and detects the edges with Sobel filter to add them to the final image. Read the depth scene texture, then detect the edges with Sobel filter. The outline will be inserted on the side with value of greater depth. Finally move the edge highlight down a bit. Huh. That looks a lot like, was it the TF2 one? But this is simpler because it's like just the outline moved down a bit, which looks pretty damn good, huh? That's pretty cool. For this, we need the, was it just the depth texture? We get the depth texture in Godot, so we could do this in theory. Sobel sample points, do that. Sobel X matrix. For I 0 to 9 over the sample, so that's looking in the 3x3 grid surrounding the pixel, right? Out equals the length of the Sobel, which is a float 2. Noted. Okay. Tone mapping. Oh, and then glasses effect. That's good. That's nice. Yeah, so comparing this to like TF2's one. TF2 one's sorry, I probably should have had this on screen. This edge highlight. Again, this is the Genshin Impact character shader breakdown by Adrian Mendez. So, Sobel filter, detect edge outlines. I'm wondering why we're not using a Sobel filter for the outlines, or for what is it? The yeah, these outlines. Probably because it looks different. Although, yeah, why do we need the normals again? Because depth alone doesn't look as good. Hold on. Depth finite difference 0, depth finite difference 1. Robert's cross. Okay, so this is depth texture alone. I did actually read this. Drawing outlines with depth. Scaling our UVs this way, or increment our edge width exactly 1 pixel at a time. Point filtering by linear filtering. Should I be yapping more? I was worrying because I feel like for a stream like this, I'm probably going to be doing a lot of like reading, trying to understand something, and messing around to try and get it to work, which I understand could be boring. Which is part of the reason why I've been doing a lot of this research like off stream. But also hi Joe Parkins. Yo. Welcome. We're reading about anime shaders and outlines, and apparently outlines are super annoying to deal with because I need this normals. Yeah, I need the view space normals into a camera normals texture. Should probably look for that in Godot. There is GodotShaders.com, so Godot shaders. Let's see what outline shaders other people have made. For Godot specifically. Atlas texture region, 2D circular outline, the simplest outline shader improved. Inspired by KR Rex outline shader. The original moves all vertices outwards from the origin. We move outward using normal, and we attach it to shader material as an X pass. Oh, wow, that is dead simple. But I imagine a next shader pass would probably, because you're rendering the model twice, right? This would probably be slower than doing it a different way. Let me try it actually. So I guess you make a new shader file. Let's try on the sphere to start with. We add a next pass. We add a shader material to this next pass. We make a new shader, call it simple outline. We copy and paste the outline code here. We adjust the thickness. We want like 1 pixel. Although it's in oh right, it's in what was it? It's in world space, not in screen space. Which it's probably fine. This is like exactly, this would be exactly the same as like the inverse hull method, right? It's affected by the perspective too. That's an interesting consequence. Oh, there's probably a number of reasons we don't want to do it this way. Because we're re-rendering the model, right? And we get less control. We can't have it like exactly 2 pixels wide. But it is dead simple and would work for probably a number of toony styles. Considering that, you know, inverse hull has worked for a very long time. But when you want like thinner outlines, then that might be kind of difficult. We could try it. 0.005. 0.0. Oh. Oh, because we did hit range. Here, let me up the resolution. 0.001. Yeah, so now it's like invisible here, and then as you get closer, it's like a few pixels wide. Still kind of, yeah, fiddly. No, that's YouTube stopping you. Hi, Chase. Yeah, tell him. I keep telling Random Perv it's YouTube, not OBS, but he keeps saying OBS. I entered the stream, saw like 10 chats to approve. Damn. Anyway, hello. Hello, Chase. I'm studying the shader. While you were out partying, I studied anime girl shaders. We're trying to make this look maybe closer to this, but I'd like to also be able to add my own stuff. Like, say, this rim light thing? This, like, edge-detected rim light. And if you compare that to, what was it? I made like a TF2 like shader. It's this shader actually. Compare that to like TF2 style rim light, which you can see from this angle. This rim light, which is softer. And I can adjust this exponent. Probably don't want a negative. But yeah, it's pretty subtle. Anyway, I still don't know what this part in the shading is. I don't know if you can see my mouse. How are you, Neil? I've had a crippling addiction to horse girl game. Oh, speaking of anime girl shaders, that's another one. I guess they're all gacha games, but yeah, Umo Musume. I think one of my friends is really into it. I need to see the in-game renders, not the actual character art. Where is it? Where is it? Horsing around. I think this is a 3D render. But I think this shader looks pretty good too. I think, yeah, this is a good image. Oh god. Here. Oh god, it's so JPEGified. Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? But you can see like the rim light, the whatever this environment blue bloom color is. The relatively simple like two-tone shading. Although it looks like there's some post-process, I'm assuming, bloom coming from the face and then onto the hair around here. Either that or it's just a color painted onto the hair. You've got this like artist painted specular highlight on the hair as well. And it looks like it's kind of hard to see with the JPEG compression. But it looks like it's getting cut off as it goes into shadow, which I think they do the same in this recreation of the Genshin shader. If we look at the hair highlight here, anisotropic hair. So there's part of this highlight is painted onto the hair, painted onto the texture, and then part is a specular map. And we also reduce the sides of the hair, or yeah, reduce the sides of this highlight with the Fresnel. Should calculate somewhere. Yeah, this. And then in shadow, it also is sort of turned off. I'm gonna go down Blotcho Discord, abandon me. I'm gonna try the Love 2D Discord. Trying to get chat to touch his tail. Bonoi Bounce uses a toon shader as of 1.2. Okay, tell me about it. Tell me about it. Did you do a custom implementation? Did you take something off the shelf? That's a Unity project, was it? Don't make fun of me. Oh. Is it Uma Musume? I see my friends playing that now. Yeah, it just came out. The English version just came out. Yeah, it was Uni? Yeah. I went outside to grab my laundry, decided to go shirtless since it's hot outside. My 60-something year old looks at me and just says, wow, you need to go on a diet now. I'm waiting for my cake. Okay, but where's the sphere? Here's your sphere. Sphere. Watch colored sphere. Anyway. This definitely is an outline shader. I should probably look at the mtoon version though. Let me duplicate this actually. Let's do like a... call this mtoon sphere. Get our surface material override. Let's just get rid of the second pass. Let's change the shader to mtoon, of course. Load. Where's it? Godot mtoon shader, mtoon.gd shader. Yeah, here. We have a lit color, we have a shade color. Should probably make these... Oh wait, shit, I forgot to make unique. Classic mistake. Alright, you go back to my TF2 shader. Let's just copy this albedo and then put it in the mtoon shader. Here's our light color, and then our shade color, I guess I'll just copy from our TF2 shader sphere. I guess would be from the light ramp here. Okay. Here's our M2 sphere. Outline. Oh, looks like they got that. They have separate options. Oh, they have world coordinate or screen coordinates. So this is screen space, I think. Oh, that's interesting. Wait. By which I mean a little weird looking. We use a shader we found online. Our 3D artist adjusted a bunch. Nice, nice. That's one thing I feel you're getting with Unity. Using Unity as opposed to Godot is just more stuff that other people have made that you can use. My neighbor. Oh, when he said you're 60-something-year-old, I was thinking like, oh, you have a 60-year-old son, daughter. Oh, how old is my audience? Oh my god. Good asset ecosystem. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's with any tool that you're using. Language. Engine. Is this really screen coordinates versus world coordinates? Well, I guess the units are slightly different. I should probably look at the implementation. Outline color fixed, outline color mixed. Yeah, where's the outline width used? Outline, if def is outline. Variance default mode is outline, outline, comment. Wait. Okay. So there's a bunch of separate, yeah, GD shaders. Yeah, this defines is outline and then it includes the common. So yeah, it uses this float is outline. Instead of, I guess, using the pound defines here would probably be better. I'm totally 80-something watching an ice cream themed dog boy research lighting in a game engine. You never know. You never know. Big headache I have with Sobel outlines. It can do weird things if you allow camera zoom, at least in the implementations I've played with. Yeah, I guess in the context of a VTubing app. Like, if I consider everything in the context of a VTubing app, then that kind of simplifies a lot of things, right? You're basically always at a fixed distance from the model, or, well, the user can, you know, adjust it till it looks good. So it's okay if it's, like, looks weird with too much motion, but, like, if the camera's, like, mostly stationary, then that's when you want it to look good. You actually like Neapolitan ice cream? Yes. I like Neapolitan. I like mint chocolate chip. I like pistachio. I like coffee ice cream a lot, actually. But I especially like strawberry ice cream. But I like a lot of flavors. Ugh. I'm stretching. Not because anyone redeemed a stretch redeem, but because I'm a free man. Oh god. I just cracked my back. What are you doing? Okay. So Mtune's outline here. I mean, I guess I could just look at like a Unity implementation would probably be closer, but so you're not faking it. Were you expecting your immersion to be broken? My immersion. No, I hate Neapolitan ice cream. I hate my own flesh and blood and ice cream. Okay, we got an outline texture, outline width texture, texture LOD, level of detail, I assume. World normal length, transpose model matrix times normal, outline offset. 0.01 times outline width times outline texture times world normal length times the normal. Conventional outlined vertex. Model view matrix times the vertex. Oh, we're in the vertex shader. Oh, that makes sense though, actually. Wait, does it do a second pass? No. No. Plugin.gd. Plugin dot. Huh. Inspector mtoon. Alright, we're looking at Inspector mtoon. Somewhere in here is our outline shader. Outline width, outline width. Outline width mode, hide of value. 0 is a shader parameter. Parse property, okay. Let's see. Parameter outline width mode, outline mode is a shader parameter. Oh no. Has outline pass. Oh, it does a second pass, yeah. Get edited object hack. What the frick? Yeah, so it sets a next pass with the outline, which makes sense. That makes sense. Although I think that, yeah, you lose out on it being actually screen space, because, I mean, just looking at it, right? Using standing on shader, yes. Hello. Hello, Zero2. I'm just trying to understand this, actually, more so than... Well, I guess I do want to write my own, but I'm sort of seeing that this is probably going to take a decent amount of time of research to actually fully grok this shader situation. But I want that deep understanding. I kind of want to learn this stuff. Because my goal with this is to make my own VTubing app so that I have full control over everything, and then potentially in the future I can extend it to like combine the VTubing app with like mini games and stuff to play with chat or whatever. I have to eat honey daily, helps with my allergies. I wasn't even noticing my allergies, but yeah. You never know if VTubers like Pippa. She doesn't like honey. Why are VTubers so picky with their food? They're crazy. I'm not that picky with my food. I'm an adventurous eater. When I was young, I had the opportunity to eat escargot, which is snails, and I ate it. And it was pretty good. Very buttery. Time to break into the free lunch they gave out here. You know what they say about free lunch. Nothing special, just nah. Boar sausages, cinnamon roll pancakes with banana and maple syrup, because that's what I wanted. That sounds good. Alternatives were beef stew cup with garlic bread or whole grain sandwich with lettuce, tomatoes, cucumber slices. I had some leftover Chinese food this morning. Some noodles and fried rice. I made fried rice the other day with egg and some ginger scallion oil I had left over. Looked pretty well. Escargot takes on the flavor of what it's cooked with. I should probably tell this little story. When I was like really young, like 2 or 3 or something, I used to like suck on lemons. I don't know if I'd bite into them. I knew that I'd like taste them at like restaurants and stuff when they had them. I don't know what happened or why I did it, but I did. The other thing I remember is eating like boiled eggs, like soft boiled eggs, just plain soft boiled egg. And at some point the texture became gross and I couldn't eat like just a soft boiled egg. I'd have it over rice though. You want to check some shader? How you should shake a bit. Shader toy. I've looked at shader toy a few times. Although in my case, I'm thinking more about like 3D lighting and such. But maybe 2D's good to know about this stuff. How do people remember when they're 2 years old? It's impossible. From what I hear, if you have like early childhood trauma, that raises your chances of having really early memories. Which I can think of one actually. Actually, no. Actually, this doesn't dox me that much, does it? When my mom was pregnant, there was a workplace shooting that she was at. So in theory, I have like pre-birth trauma from that. And I remember I have like a really small library of a few specific memories that I remember from extremely early in my life when I was like crawling on the floor in our family house. The water guns. As I said, worst thing ate in terms of texture is box jellyfish. Rice is still the all-time worst food to exist, followed by Costco hot dog. No. The only thing I'll not eat is tomatoes chucked on one another little. Almost died if it wasn't for my nurse grandma beating me until I spat it out. I'm sorry to hear that. When my mother was pregnant with me, 9/11 happened. I guess that would also, yeah, do cool. I shouldn't laugh. Why am I laughing? Do a little prenatal trauma. Oh god. What else? Yeah, I remember crawling on the rug. I remember a hallway. I remember our family car that we had like for a very short time. Although I'm not sure if it's the actual memory of that car or if it's like remembering them telling me about that car, which is weird to think about. I definitely have some like really early memories. They're still there. I have this one very distinct childhood memory of watching YouTube poops and getting yelled at for watching something with swearing. It was like Squidward yelling. It was Squidward chasing SpongeBob saying, "I'm going to rape you." And I forget where that sound clip is from. But yeah, we were watching that at the I was watching with my brother. We were like at the family dinner table. And the parents were like, What are you watching?" And they yelled at us. Good times. Neo laughs because he hates America. Totally the reason. Ugh, I'm un-American. I laughed at a 9/11 joke. It wasn't even a joke. I laughed at 9/11 mentioned. Oh god. You mean they turned that thing from the memes into a real historical event? That's crazy. Oh god. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Anyway, so it looks like this isn't actually a screen space outline. Yeah. And what was it? You mentioned Sobel outlines, right? I was asking like, why don't we just use a Sobel outline? And then it was like, yeah, it does weird things if you allow camera zoom, at least in the implementation I played with. And then there's this Unity tutorial using depth texture plus normals, which I think, yeah, if you don't get it in Unity by default, I'm assuming you don't get it in Godot either. Although, how do we lay out the scene then? How do we get that? Texture camera script called render replacement text shader to texture set to generate a camera to render the view space normals was seen into the underscore camera normals texture. I mean, I guess you could just use a global. Why not use a global? Some edge detection algorithms work with grayscale images because you're operating. We have direct planners. Oh, should we? Maybe we should examine this code as well. Where is it? Unity outline shader. So yeah, okay. Specular map for the hair, face shadow. Use a lighting texture. Genshin uses a light map or shadow texture for the face. From my understanding, other toon shaders do some like normal fixing for the face specifically, like in the shader, so that's convenient for making the model. This is not a joke. My father was fired from his job on September 10th, 2001. Oh my god. Wait, like related to World Trade Center or not related to World Trade Center? Either way. Damn, that's like a double whammy. Still need to make Neo eat real food one of these days, at least once, so he knows what he's missing out on. I think Family Guy made fun of your dad. Oh no. Oh no. Family Guy reference. Metallic, I'm just not going to worry about it right now, but that would probably be good. Metallic with normal map, light and fog. Apply final result by color, light and fog. Actually, I was watching, was it Hololive did a concert using Unreal Engine, and it looked really kind of unfinished in like the character shaders specifically. And I'm starting to understand the pain of doing this kind of graphics programming. But I should probably, yeah, study this Unity outline shader thing. So we might open Unity this time. Let's see. Although I was looking at, was it mToon's outline shader? And apparently it's another pass. The modifies the vertex. Alright, if outline width mode, else mToon outline width screen. Create the clip space position. Set the normal direction normalized in clip space. Set the aspect ratio of the currently rendering camera. Scale the normals by distance for the camera. Add the normals to the clip space XY position scaled by low. Okay, so if this isn't like a consistent pixel count, then it's probably this math is wrong. Outline scaled max. Oh, is it this actually? Wait. Oh no, it does work. I just failed to account for the setting that adjusts the max distance at which the outline changes size. Is that in pixels? Okay, so that's a 1 width. It still looks like it's affected by, yeah, by perspective. Right, because it's not actually like a fixed number of pixels. It's actually scaling the adjustment of the world space outline. It scales the world space outline based on how far the camera is, basically. Okay. So it is affected by perspective. Which makes sense, actually. Interesting. Probably not a concern for like a VTubing app. Probably not a concern in general. Probably just works fine. Neo spends hours looking at the feet of these characters. Look, man, if you're looking at these feet, then that's on you, okay? Okay? Don't bring me into don't bring me into this. Oh yeah, the other thing you notice about the outline is if your camera clips into the object, then since it's rendering the back faces of the object, the whole screen becomes the outline, which makes sense. That's 100% what Neo does. Ugh. Don't try and pull your facts on logic on me. Anyway, I feel like I should probably try and understand this outline shader. We can do that, or we can try and figure out this M2 and calculate add lighting thing that's doing to adjust the shadow color to actually match what you define as the artist. I'm curious about, was it in the light function? They have this Godot specific code to prevent clustering artifacts. Not sure what they're doing here exactly. So attenuation, length of vec3 attenuation. That's just what, square root of a squared plus whatever, some trig, some Pythagorean theorem stuff. Neo even over this, I'm into making the cute femboy make unique noises. That leaves the thing to you. Oh no. Not to get too much into it, any idea why Nana's concert is taking too long? She talks about the models clipping and not having good quality. What are the technicians doing? I mean, I'm not involved in that, so I would have basically zero knowledge. But if I were to guess from the outside, there's probably some like, yeah, if there's models clipping, then I assume it's like the motion being applied to the model having issues, or the maybe the model itself like not accounting for like the clipping and the rigging. Like you probably have some animation that I'm assuming is mocapped, and you're applying it to the model, and then you need more physics to make things not clip, or you might need to adjust the animations, heck, even by hand. I don't know. That sounds like it would take a lot of time and effort to really fix. Because if we were to apply like any random mocapped animation to this character, right? If these cloves, like these arms, the clothing on the arms, right? It's very puffy, and I don't think it was. Yeah, I don't think there's any physics on it. It's just modeled that way. So if you were to say fold your arms and record a mocap animation and just apply that mocap animation to this model, then, you know, the arms would clip into each other, right? So it would be pretty costly to fix that for an entire like mocapped dance animation by hand. And it would also take some time to think about the problem in code, and I guess use like some use IK for that, do some like physics shenanigans. Set up some physics colliders for these things and do some weird correction, and even then it probably wouldn't look great. But at that point, maybe you just let it clip. Maybe you just let it clip. I think I walked in a bad time. My father was fired from work, came home, learned my mom was pregnant, 9/11 happened, he finally finds a job, I'm born, and Half-Life 2 was made when I was 3. Crazy life. Dad lore hour. Must be insane. That is insane. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Okay, calculate add lighting. What is this? Shadow attenuation. I'm noticing these commented out parts. Maybe, did they copy these from Unity's implementation, I assume? And they just left it there for reference. Flow, light attenuation equals shadow attenuation. Max intensity threshold. Go from 1 to shade shift. Where's that defined? Default 0. We can go from -1 to 1. based on this shade toony value. Shade toony. Finally number 1! Congrats. Victory Royale! Yeah, Fortnite, we about to get down. He tried joining the military, got through training, got kicked out after his valves. After his valve stopped working and had to get it replaced. Oh no. Alright, shade color. Right, that's just a color. Shade toony. Right, that's a like an artist value for you to adjust. Max intensity threshold, min intensity threshold. So toon mapping from. Oh, okay. Map from min intensity threshold to max intensity threshold. Map that to from 0 to 1. Map that to 0 to 1. Right. Okay, so light intensity equals .nl. So n.l goes from -1 to 1. Light intensity. Map that to from -1 to 1 to 0 to 1. Oh, okay, so this part matches what we did in the TF2 shader, right? This half Lambert part. Here's our n.l. Multiply by 0.5, add 0.5, so that you're mapping from -1 to 1, you're mapping that to 0 to 1. Right. Multiply by the light attenuation for shadow. Multiply by shading grade just based on the texture. Multiply by 2 -1. So undo this change, actually. Map it back to -1 to 1. All right. So map these to 0 to 1. Light intensity. I don't even know what this is. God. Math. Subtract the min intensity threshold, divide by the max of this thing. Oh, it must be some epsilon. Max intensity threshold minus the min intensity threshold, so that range. Clamp 0 to 1. Oh, so that's the mapping. That's the mapping, right? Right? Take this, clamp it from 0 to 1. Okay, well, we know that this is 0 to 1 now. And then we set the color from the shade to the lit based on the light intensity, which again is from 0 to 1. Take the light color, divide by pi. Classic divide by pi. Like heart valve? Oh, that valve. I can't think of a more overhyped game than Half-Life. Even Duke Nukem Forever wasn't this overhyped. Are you talking about Half-Life 3? Like the one that isn't out? Because Half-Life 1, Half-Life 2, those are pretty solid games, I'd say. I do think the shooting feels a little dated nowadays. But, you know, they're still pretty good games. When I was 6, his intestines decided to erupt. He had to get a foot of it cut out. I'm sorry to hear that, man. It's quite an experience. Max of epsilon color, max of light. God, I wish there was like a variadic function max here, but I guess for ease of implementation reasons they wouldn't. But like you could just compile that. Like this is Godot's shader language. You could just compile that down to multiple max calls, right? Right. Max of the lighting XYZ. So max of lighting XYZs or the epsilon color. Or the light color attenuation. Underscore. Color attenuation. Yeah, underscore, I guess that's a uniform. We return this lighting, which looks like it's based on... Wait a minute. Oh, wait. Okay, so you output the color and you output the lighting value. The lighting value, which is based on... What is this based on? Based on light color attenuation. Okay, so we're setting the color, this OutVec3 color. We're also setting light intensity, or we're out floating it. Everything Half-Life 1 is praised for is done forward in Deus Ex. Half-Life 2 is boring. How can you say that, man? I think it's a very well-paced game with a lot of varying elements that are interesting. And physics gimmicks. I haven't played it in a while, though. And yeah, I guess Deus Ex is more in-depth of an immersive sim kind of game, right? Thinking about the gameplay, it's probably not that different. I never actually played original Deus Ex, or any of the newer Deus Ex games for that matter. Anyway, this lighting is based on the light color, which makes sense, and then light color attenuation. Okay, so as this returns basically the attenuated light color, and then also some stuff to make sure it's like at a minimum epsilon color. Speaking of epsilon color, where is this from? Oh, it's just 0.00. Is it? Yeah, make sure it's not full black or a full zero for reasons, I assume. Okay. What the heck is this? Calculate add lighting? Calculate lighting is used in directional light, and then calculate add lighting is used as part of the non-directional lights? Huh. Half-Life 2 made funny ragdolls is the reason Gmod exists. Gmod Kideo 706 wouldn't exist. True. Those Half-Life 2 assets add so much. It's the reason there's like the vibe of like Source Engine games of that era. I think is because of the Half-Life 2 assets, including the sounds and the models, the textures, the worlds. Deus Ex literally did everything Half-Life 1 first and had an actually interesting plot. Okay, that's fair. I think that's fair. I haven't actually played Deus Ex, but I've heard many good things about it from many people, so I can understand. But can we just say that they're both very influential games? Me taking the fence sitter, both sides. Actually, both sides had valid points. Position. Anyway. So I guess what I'm noticing about this, right? Using Godot's default lighting here, right? We're just multiplying by attenuation. Then, yeah, it looks pretty Godot default, and we're relying pretty heavily on the shadow color, or the shadow opacity. Whereas in mtoon, right, we're calculating... We're doing calculate lighting. And they're doing calculate add lighting. Doing something toony. We're returning the light color, or like the output color, I assume, from, yeah, mapping between shade arg and lit arg. We're also outputting the light intensity, which is based on the toony parameters. We're also outputting this lighting term, which I'm not entirely sure what we're using it for, but it looks like it takes the light color and then applies the light color attenuation that we set. And nowhere, I think, or I guess we're passing in light attenuation. That would be Godot's attenuation, right? Yes, but with some funny stuff on it. Oh, some more parameters for adjusting the shadows. Receive shadow rate and then a receive shadow texture. So you can have parts of the model that just don't receive shadow. Not really. Half-Life gets credit for something it didn't do. Okay, okay. Okay. Calculating light attenuation, shade lit. But yeah, this is based off of attenuation, but it's not exactly attenuation. Curious about this. We take attenuation, the length of attenuation is a vec3, divide by the length of the unit, well, 111 vector. Huh. We're mixing from 1 to that modified attenuation value based on the received shadow rate and then the received shadow texture. Okay. And then we're passing in the attenuation into this calculate lighting function. And then in the calculate lighting function, we use it to multiply the light intensity here. And then based on the attenuation, or based on that light intensity, what are we doing? Wait, we're even using that? I guess it's the color that matters. Yeah, we're just, yeah, outputting to this color. Yeah, add our diffuse output, divide by fragment albedo output. That's interesting. I guess that means, what does that mean? So if the output, this seems a bit roundabout, right? So the diffuse output is something between the shaded color and the lit color, right? Although, or is it dividing because it's accounting for it here? Lit is the lit color, right? Indirect lighting times the light color. Oh my god. Which is 0? Okay, that's also... Okay, alright. Alright then, so it's not being counted for. Okay. Wow. Color times lighting... Which is a calculate lighting value. Oh, we're just multiplying this by the return value. What's this return value again? Direct light, lighting, take the light color, divide by pi, mix from that lighting value to the max of the X, Y, and Z of that lighting, or the epsilon color, based on the light color attenuation. Huh? Okay, I feel like I'm not fully understanding this, and it feels a little messy. But I mean, I guess it works. The actual application of the shadow is, well, it's based on Godot stuff. I'm wishing I could just turn on and off cast shadow for like this whole thing, but oh well. I guess what I want to see is the face, because it looks like the face is applying shadows to itself. Or not. Or the face shadows actually match up with what the diffuse lighting is doing. Or the diffuse lighting is based on the... It's based on the shadows anyway? Right, because that would apply the attenuation value. The attenuation value is how the shadows get applied, right? Okay, maybe I'm a bit confused. Oh god, shaders, high temp, temp high. You do know Deus Ex came out in 2000 and Half-Life came out in 97? Oh, I forgot about that one. Destroyed effects and logic. I'm still scared of those things. What does it even do? I'm glad you asked. Okay. Okay, we'll start with here. This one I made based on the TF2 illustrated rendering. Vertex shader. Okay, your model is made of vertices. Your model, display wireframe. Your model made of vertices. All these little points. You've done 3D modeling. You should be aware of that. Vertices go into vertex shader. Vertex shader runs for each vertex. You can adjust values like the normals or whatever if you want, or the positions of the vertices. So that's how you make a like a wobbly gooey effect or something. I don't know. Slime effect. In this case, we're not using it. Fragment shader gets called for each pixel on the screen. Every pixel, you run the fragment shader. In our case, we're doing the texture and we're doing a rim light, which I guess I turned off. Where is it? Here's our M-Toon sphere. Here's our TF2 shading sphere, but we adjusted some things. So let's turn this top rim light back on. Did we turn off the environment light? Oh, no, we turned off the diffuse light. Okay, here's the diffuse light. Okay. Oh, God. How do I explain? Yeah, in Godot's case, there's like some extra stuff like this, the lighting system. You're doing Godot's lighting system, so you gotta work within Godot's lighting system. But basically, color based on the texture, which in this case is just a flat color. And then in this case, we're adding this rim light thing, which I took from the TF2 illustrative rendering paper. Here, illustrative rendering in Toon Fortress 2. Math. Math? Math. Read paper. Paper has math. Convert math to code. Although ideally you'd start with code. And then convert code to your use case. Then math does color. Albedo, that's like the surface color before the lighting. And then lighting, this is in Godot. So the light function gets called for every pixel for every light affecting the material. So if there are 2 lights, this lighting function would run twice, and so we add to the diffuse light and add to the specular light. But in our case, we're doing, it's math again. We're doing math again. Ace Rolla talks about, well, all this stuff a lot, because he does graphics programming stuff. But basically, light, this texture defines like light color and then shadow color. And so we've done something similar, or, well, we actually copied it from the paper, basically. We calculate our lighting value. That's based on the normal of the, normal of the pixel, and then the light vector direction of this light. And then we map that to that light ramp texture thing. Can you link that document? Might read it at work today? Oh, yeah, hell yeah. Here, let me... I guess I can post it in YouTube chat. Haha, streamer's privilege. I get to post a link in chat. I guess I'll post it on the Discord too, in case anyone cares. Oh. Oh. Welcome back to the Discord, Vanilla. Where are we? Yeah. Anyway, yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Some other stuff I'm looking at right here is this Genshin Impact shader breakdown. I guess I could just spam the chat with links if you guys want. Gotta get ready for work. Thank you, dude. Yeah, no problem. Here's your further reading. I guess I'll post these on Discord as well. And then somewhere, yeah, I'm looking at the toon shader for Godot. Oops. Alrighty, in case you're curious. Too many windows open. The original design document cited the gameplay inspirations as Half-Life, Fallout, Thief, The Dark Project, and GoldenEye 007. The game as a whole is meant to be genre busting. Busting makes me feel good. It's nice. Oh, I'm out of water. I'm probably gonna have to take a water break. Take an idle meeting again. I kind of want to do this Unity shader outline shader tutorial. This one, because I want to see that normal texture script. Because if we need it there, then I assume we'll need it in Godot if we want nice looking outlines. I mean, we could just copy the toon implementation though, which is a second pass. None of my textures are normal. Hello, Kamiwoop. This is the view space normals into a texture. But yeah, this seems like it would be useful. Although I guess we're comparing this to like the second material pass inverse hull kind of thing. So does it matter? I'm not sure. Let's see, disabling anti-aliasing, pairing with Dare overlay, cut a retro look. Adding variable edge thickness via dilation can create strokes reminiscent of 2D illustration. As described in this paper by Pixar. Oh my god. Wait, why is it only two sections? Pixar technical memo number 7, number 8. I guess that's it. Yeah. Wow. Oh wow. Neat. View source GitHub repository. 6 years ago. Outline shader. Yeah, I'm wondering. I'm assuming inverse hull works just as well for this, right? And it's probably easier to implement. But I noticed the colors of it here, which you could probably do in the inverse hull method as well. Actually, the bigger concern, right, is the face because of this, right? So I'm curious. Let's see, we're looking at toon, right? We do have a face outline. Or, well, I put it just on the face. Let's make it a silly size. Exaggerate just so we can see. Notice how It is only the outline. I think that's because it's rendering above the... Or it's like rendering over the existing model, right? You render the whole model first and then we render the outline. And the outline's always behind the model, although not always, I guess. Wait. Pretty good point normals on the face forwards to get better face shading. Post the vid in general. I have probably seen that vid. Let's see. Edit normals in 1 minute in Blender. Yeah, I remember, I think I first heard about it from someone linked, I forgot where I saw this, but someone linked the original like Guilty Gear talk where they talked about editing the face normals manually to adjust the lighting. This one I don't think has any adjustment to the face normal, so we got a little weird looking shadows. But I'm also aware that you can do that in shaders. And so some of like the Unity VR chat shaders and say Nilo Toon have calculations for face normals in the shader, which I might want to do for like ease of use. Duplicating the mesh and expanding it and then reversing the face normals. So it's like making a shell and then turning it inside out. Right. Right. I've been mentioning inverse hull because like that's how they do it, like so it's like independent of the game engine or whatever. They actually add the extra model. But in this case they're just doing it in a second pass in the shader. Which I imagine can't be good for performance, right? Rendering the entire mesh again. Compared to doing the post-process style. In this case, I'm looking at the mtoon shader. I think does something similar to inverse hull, right? In the vertex shader, if we're in outline, then do some stuff. Figure out how long to make the outline, and then vertex equals, let's see, model view matrix times the vertex plus the outline offset. Vertex equals conventional outline vertex. Else, if we're doing the screen width, then we do some calculations to get the length of the projected normal, then place the vertex there. All right then. Noted. That's what the built-in Godot outline stuff does. I'm not sure what this one is doing. I imagine it's doing something similar. You mentioned built-in Godot? Or are you talking about like the default Godot material? Here, let's just... Alright. Let's duplicate, let's make a standard sphere. So here's our standard material. Adjust our material, override, make this a standard material. It's a height map. Detail UV2. Yeah, I know there's a rim light. I don't think there's a default built-in outline. I think it's not explicitly in the outline setting. I know you can do second or like next pass, which is the one I found online. Is just where is it? Simple outline. This one, where all it's doing is as a second pass, we just add the vertex thickness times the normal, and then we draw it as a single outline color. Yeah, I guess that does make it inconvenient for if you want colored outlines, because I think that's what you're mainly getting. That's what you're getting in this, right? You can see the outlines take the texture color. which looks really nice. But if you were to do it the inverse hull way, I keep calling it inverse hull, but that's basically what it's doing, right? It's basically the same as if it were the inverse hull. Then you need to pass in the albedo there as well. And also the lighting, right? So that'd be pretty inconvenient to, yeah, recalculate all that. So I can see why you'd want to do it that way if you don't want like a consistent single color outline. Like, look at this. Texture filtering. I guess you see here, right? This part is lit, and then this part's in shadow? Or is it because it's behind the other mesh? Or in front of it? Wait. I don't know, I'm noticing some subtle things, and it just looks pretty good. So it makes me want to try and do it this way. It's not set up for you automatically like I thought I remembered. It's actually by using two materials with the first using grow and cull front set, and then colored however you like, and setting normal material as the next pass. Oh right, there's a grow. What? Yeah, and so you can do that with the standard material. I see. But yeah, that would be... You're rendering it twice, right? Versus post-process effect. Can kind of see the advantage of doing it this way. Outline post-process is better since the traditional method duplicate scale and flip the mesh is less precise. Detect the edges using depth scene texture and the normal scene texture. Depth, normal. To do the same, combine both results for maximum edge coverage. More info in this article, that I actually want to go for. And then you can adjust the depth threshold for the face like he does here. And then this edge highlight. Drawing outlines of normal, resolving surface artifacts. One way is to increase depth threshold. Instead, it'll modulate depth threshold by the surface normal. Threshold of view direction, final composition. Yeah, I wanna try this. And if I kind of want to see if I can translate it to Godot as well. Yeah, what else do you got? You get the varying thickness of the lines, right? Like, it's kind of hard to see. I'm zooming in a lot. Like these subtle outlines are nice. This one along the eye, actually, you can see. You can see this outline sort of taper on the hair. This line looks is coming from the geometry of the hair, I think. Yeah, I don't know. It looks cool. It looks good. You get this outline fading out. Wondering if you have similar geometry to compare. Sorry, Alicia, we gotta analyze your body for specific crevices. That sounded weird. Yeah, I modified the face. Oh shit, did I not make that? Oops. Oh, there, it's back to normal. 0.05. You like can't even see the outline. Is there a slow... Is Godot's editor just not made for you to look at things up this close? I see the outline is fading with the alpha on this texture here. Like here, this part of the underarm, right? I think if we're looking at the Genshin, this guy's Genshin shader, right? In a similar place on the body, you can see this outline taper out, which looks really nice. Oh, my mouse isn't, yeah. You can see this outline sort of taper out, which is good, which is what we want. You can see this outline taper out. You can see this part of the hair also kind of tapering out. I'm not sure. Can you really see it on the final outline though? Wait. You definitely see it here. Dang it, I can't move the here in the walkie pie. I guess you can see, yeah, you can see here this outline's doing whatever this thing is doing. I guess these might just be two different images. I notice a pretty noticeable taper here. JPZ, hello. Running the standard material twice, though, if you do something like unshaded for the shadow, I doubt it's too bad in many cases where you're not optimizing heavily. This post-process is likely to be more expensive on one object, depending on how it does the edge detection. But on the other hand, it'll probably scale better with more stuff on screen than the expanded cull front setup. Noted. Hello, JPZ. We're studying anime outlines. We're playing spot the difference between these outlines here and these outlines here on Godot VRM's implementation of mtoon, which I'm assuming is the same as regular mtoon, or is pretty similar. Where else do we see the outlines? I mean, they're all kind of small because I adjusted them to be small. Let's see. Maybe you can see it on the top here? Or maybe we should look on the hair. Or maybe we should look on the body. Go to surface 0, copy the material, go to surface material override, paste the material, go to the outline, increase the width so we can see it better. Oh, now it's just like, oh, you can make it go way off the model, huh? I guess you still kind of get the tapering, right? In some cases. That looks a little goofy. Though I guess that's just the consequence of having the outline that high. But yeah, you're only getting... It has to be one specific color. Although it is mixed lighting, so it's also applying the lighting. Right, so then this is the lit outline and this is the shaded outline. Or something. Or this, yeah, okay, yeah, it's being applied. We also have anti-aliasing off, I realize. Hmm. This is for research purposes, okay? You gotta believe me. Compare to this outline. I guess if I just implement both, we could do an A/B test and actually compare. Drawing outlines of normals, resolving surface artifacts, calculating view direction, fresh rolling view direction, final composition. We'll add a new property to control the color of the outlines. Set color, return alpha blend. Edge color. Huh. We'll blend the color sampled from the scene with the outlines using the alpha blend function. Okay, so that's how you get the blending the color from the scene. Which makes sense. Yeah, you would get more control over how it looks in the scene, I guess. I'm wondering if it improves on, I guess, artifacts like these, but I guess that's just because we have this outline. We only applied it to this material. Or else. Let's make it screen coordinates as well. Make it bigger. Also, it's casting shadow? Oh, it's casting shadow too. That's funny. Although a bit awkward. Okay, I need to use the bathroom. I'm gonna BRB and take an idle meeting. I keep saying bathroom and idle meeting interchangeably. It's kind of losing the purpose of saying idle meeting. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna BRB. We'll be back. I'll probably start this post-process shader, because post-process outline, because I'm curious. I just want to know. I want to know. Okay, I'm gonna BRB. Stop showing me analytics, YouTube. No, I don't want to see the numbers. Okay, BRB. I need to get water. BRB. Hello. God, 3 minutes of ads. It's already so much. I can't believe Twitch lets you play so many ads. Anyway, this series is just gonna... I feel like this series is gonna be me learning arcane wizardry in in an attempt to avoid having to learn just 2D art. But this is fun. This is fun. I like this. They let you not play ads. I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah. I'm doing this because I need to turn off the pre-rolls, and Twitch doesn't turn off the pre-rolls unless you show ads intermittently. So I'm trying to do it just during breaks. They make money the more ads. Yeah, true. Yeah, Twitch should just maximize ads. Who cares about viewership, viewer retention? More ads, more money, right? Anyway, let's undo that. Okay. I kind of want to learn this post-process outline because I think it's worth knowing. I think. Well, either way. I've downloaded this project. 50 minutes to complete using Unity Engine 2018.3. I sure hope this opens in my current version of Unity. Alright, let's try opening up this project. Which means I guess I'll just close Godot for now. Don't save this. I watch on YouTube since YouTube isn't paying him yet with ads. True. True, YouTube isn't paying me. Well, YouTube's taking a cut of my memberships and all. Yeah, no ads. Woo. Let's see. Add project from disk. Unity outline shader skeleton. Let's see. What's the worst that could happen if we open this in Unity 6? Let's find out. Let's find out. Surely Uni hasn't changed too much between those two versions. Unity not 6 and Unity 6. Surely it'll work. Alright, we're opening the project. Loading. We're loading. Anyway, I need to keep the vision in mind. I need to know what I'm doing this for. And for that, I need to keep in my mind the look of these outlines as opposed to the basic inverse hull outlines. Anyway. And also learning. For the sake of learning, right? That's what this is for? Okay, let's see. Alright, we've got Unity open. Let's find out how hard it is. We got our main scene. Let's open the main scene. Has the geometry up. If we play, it should be like no outline shader, I assume. Maybe anti-aliasing on. Okay. Let's go into. Let's follow the tutorial. Let's learn. So this is roystan.net/article/outline shader. And we're doing a screen space shader to draw outlines around objects. The shader will be integrated with Unity's post-processing stack. Oh, oops. By the way, it's a different kind of outline because it's a cutout-like effect on a 3D aware outline, but there's a really fast way to make really smooth and really fast outlines, and really wide. Oh, that's cool. That's what I use for my my thumbnails. I use GIMP's drop shadow tool. Thanks for linking this, by the way. I accidentally, I didn't even mean to click on it. I clicked on it. Alright, how does this work? This is a tale about trying to make very wide outlines for real-time rendering. Alright, crack shell. One of the oldest, most used methods for adding outlines, standing mesh is the inverted hull method. This has been used probably for as long as 3D rendering has been a thing. Just render the mesh twice with the second version of it flipped inside out and slightly bigger. Jet Set Radio is an excellent early example. Still use great effect like in the recent 3D fighting games from Arc System Works. Artworks. Proper face normals. The methods for achieving a slightly bigger mesh are varied, but the most common method is to move the vertices out by the vertex normal. For very old games this would be done outside of the game, there would simply be 2 meshes, but today it's most commonly done with shaders. The great thing with this style of mesh-based outline is very cheap, very relatively versatile, can do a very wide range of outline widths. The problem with any mesh-based outline system is that it requires some very intentional content setup. Without that, you can easily get split edges, holes, and other artifacts. Stuff like, okay, that thing. I don't know what it's doing here with that cross thing. This outline just looks kind of bumpy. Lord Bollington, hello, Bollington Raid! Ah! Thank you for the raid! Welcome, Raiders. Hello. Hello. Today we're graphics, programming, coding. We're doing code. Welcome. Oh my god. Number. I just looked at the number. I should not have looked at the number. Hello, I'm Neo Polito. I'm something FlaVR Ice Cream Dog Boy. I was looking at some shaders in Godot, but we got a bit sidetracked. I was looking at this one. Okay. This is a breakdown of the Genshin Impact character shader, and it's this person's recreation of it from this guy, Adrian Mendez. And I was looking at this, and I was studying it because my plan is to recreate this in Godot, or at least something similar to it. And then he links to another article about post-process outlines, because he doesn't actually show like the entire code here. So I was going to follow this tutorial on outlines. So even though the stream says Godot, we're going to be doing this in Unity first for the sake of following this tutorial. So sorry. Anyway, we're also looking at this 3D model of a Nico original character. You might recognize this character because she's like a reference VRM format file that's included in a bunch of things, including Godot VRM, which I was also looking at. Since my eventual goal here is to make a 3D VTubing program of my own and do it in Godot, and then fully get a better understanding of rendering in Godot so that I have more control over like the visual look of things, since that's like literally the goal of like a VTubing program, right? Is make thing look good. Anyway. Yeah, in here there's an implementation of toon, which is like the VR chat, like the basic VRM toon shader, which is also specified here in the VRM specification, which I was looking at. But yeah, we're going back to Unity. Sorry, no anime girls for the moment, because I want to learn how to make this outline shader, but it's for the sake of anime girls. Okay, we're trying to recreate this. That's one hell of a goal, using a game engine to make VTuber model. Hello, Dio. I mean, that's effectively what the other 3D VTubing software, because most of it's built on Unity, right? A lot of it dates back to VRChat, right? The VRM format comes from VRChat, and VRChat's based in Unity, and it's built-in render pipeline. So a lot of these shaders are for Unity's built-in render pipeline. And you also have some other stuff for URP, but as far as I know right now, the only like available VTubing software is the pro version of Warudo that uses Unity URP. And you get like fancy post-process effects. You still get some post-process effects in Warudo Basic, but like if I want full control over the look of a 3D VTuber model, scene, whatever, then either I'm gonna have to dig into a bunch of Warudo stuff, or I can just make my own and dig into like the actual game engine itself, right? But yeah, a lot of these VTubing apps are built off of game engines. I know there's VC Face. I'm not sure if that one's built on Unity or if it's like a custom renderer. Although I imagine like custom renderer would, you know, be less resource intensive. Doing it outside of game engine would be a lot more work. I mean, yeah, like a lot of the stuff you need, animations, skeletal animation, the face blend shapes or whatever, your render pipeline, all that, UI stuff is gonna be built into a game engine. And I guess you could use like a lower level library for that, but TBH, I don't have as much experience with making stuff I own. I guess I took like an intro graphics course where we basically had to make our own rendering engine with GLM, with OpenGL. So I guess that's always a possibility. It's always something you could use. Or like one of those libraries like Raylib or whatever. And maybe I should learn how to do stuff like that, but I think I want to build it on Godot because I have plans to... Let's see. The vision farther along in my mind is to make like a VTubing app in Godot and then make like little mini games inside of that VTubing app so I can like seamlessly transition between like a VTuber model in front of the camera to I walk out the door and I go into like an open world that I've created and do like a fishing mini game or I fight zombies or something like that. But that's the eventual vision. But I realize that's also pretty far away. And right now I'm mostly concerned about learning rendering related stuff and making anime girls look as good as possible. Because I guess I should keep explaining, because maybe that's more gonna be more interesting than me just following a tutorial at this point. The way I see it, gacha games, like all the Hoyoverse games, like I guess I was looking at Blue Archive as well. I was looking at I guess MMD as well. What else? Uma Musume, I think. Yeah, I did an image here. Uma Musume, right? The rendering for this looks really good, right? And the reason they're able to do that is because they have, you know, custom shaders and things like that. And all the VTubing software I'm aware of at the moment doesn't give you as much flexibility over the actual like rendering of your VTuber model compared to, I guess, just making it in a game engine and just doing it myself. Right? The thing is, we have the technology to make anime characters in 3D look like this. Or I guess if I bring up Nilo Toon, right? Where's Nilo Toon? Don't dox me, Google. This is a paid product. This is, I think it comes with, or at least Warudo Pro comes with support for this shader, but it's for Unity URP. But this is like, in my eyes, is like the gold standard for anime rendering, anime shading, and you can see it used a ton in like the larger indie scene and like the corpo world for like concerts and stuff, right? Rim lights like this. So in my mind it's like, why don't we have stuff like this but more generally available for VTubing? So that's the goal in my mind, is to make stuff that looks like this in a VTubing app that is at least usable for my uses, because I don't want to pay whatever the licensing fees that aren't even disclosed for these shaders and for Warudo Pro and stuff like that. But I guess ideally I'd give it out for the VTuber community, or have it as something relatively affordable. Because we have the technology. We have the technology to make anime characters in 3D look like this, look like this, look like this in real time, right? And we have a handful of like really old VTubing software that's all built off of like Unity built-in render pipeline, built off of like VR chat shaders and stuff like that. Which, not to diss on those shaders look pretty good, right? But I want more. I want more. I want to control the post-process effects and the color grading and the everything, and also probably also I have to get like a better understanding of the entirety of the render pipeline in general to do that as well. So part of this is also I want it to be a learning project. Anyway, yeah, Vebe, I mentioned large indies earlier, right? Video games. Video games is using an toon. Apparently. More corpo VTubers. More large indie VTubers, although I guess some of these are signed with like talent agencies, whatever. Watame. Niji Sanji CN. Isn't it new? I feel like I've heard that name. Outing myself as not following the JP scene that closely nowadays. Have you seen MME64? He's not active right now. I think he was making his own VTuber avatar and whole screen/world and stuff in Godot. Wait, let me Google that actually. NME64. Ooh. VTuber overlay. That looks pretty cool. And yeah, you can make stuff look pretty damn good in like a simpler, more retro style. I'm just currently obsessed with like this modern anime gacha game kind of look and wondering why we don't have it more available for VTubers. This stuff is sick. Yeah, I'm following this guy. That's cool. Okay, where were we? I guess it's time for the boring part. That's enough gushing about anime shaders. Time for the boring, rigorous part of actually doing the work. I'm just gonna follow this outline tutorial and see if I can get an idea of how I'd want to write something like this in Godot. I guess there's nothing stopping me from just using Unity, right? And if this isn't like a commercial project, then also, yeah, I could just use Unity. But I also want to understand Godot more, and I guess hopefully, what's the word? Potentially get more eyes on Godot and more interest in developing Godot for VTubing related stuff. I hardly know words. Anyway, this outline shader. Looping back. I guess I could open... I already closed Godot, but I'll just reopen it just to show you guys what we're trying to do. Okay, somewhere... Here's my Godot window. Alright. So we have Godot VRM's implementation of the mtoon shader, and this has outlines. If we take a part of this model, I guess we'll do the face. We copy this material for the surface, we paste it here, we increase the size of the outline. Then we can sort of see how it looks, how it works. I wouldn't say this is like horrible, but I guess for a thick outline here, you're getting some weird artifacting. But it's not like we want to do it that thick anyway. So yeah, it looks fine. It looks fine. But we have to define one color for this material, right? Although there's some math, I think it does a bit of color modulation with the shading. And we're comparing that to this outline shader from this Genshin shader recreation, where he uses a post-process shader. And he says outline post-process is better since the traditional method duplicates scale into the mesh, which is what the mtoon would be doing, is less precise. And some things we can notice about this is like the colors of the outline is based on just the, you know, the screen space color output. Hello, average Godot enjoyer. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. A few things you notice. There's like tapering. I guess you kind of get that with the inverse hole method. But I don't know. I just think this looks good. So I'd like to try it. And if we let's try and make our outlines around this thick in Godot. I'm not sure how far from the screen that would be. Something like this. Because those outlines are kind of thick. Maybe looking a little thick. So I guess you can see some weirdness around here, but I guess that's like the seam where the face material switches to the hair material. The ear in particular, I feel we're getting a bit of like jagged edges. It's just probably from the geometry. This like what do you call that? The inner part of the ear, that like flap covering the inner part of the ear. Yeah, it's looking a little jagged. A little weird. Although I'm not sure how much better we could make it. Hello, Noah Spark. Hydrate. Alright, I'm hydrating. So we're comparing that to this outline shader, right? And then the model's different, of course. But we're getting no outline on the nose. I guess you can't even see the ear from this angle, but looking pretty smooth. Let's look at the more complex geometry would be like these flowers, right? And if we were to do that for our model, let's see. Where do we have complex geometry? I guess this part of the hair would be really complex. So let's go to the front hair mesh. Paste this material here. Go screen coordinate outlines again. You can see it. Yeah, we'll just do it that thick, I guess. Wow. Hello there. Hello, Sealy Mushroom. Hello. Hello, Twitch. We're dual streaming, by the way. YouTube viewers and Twitch viewers. Yeah, so what don't we like about the outline here? We mostly see it on the edge of like the braid part, that inner textured part. I'm not even sure if there's much geometry there as opposed to just the texture doing that. Oh no, I guess there is some geometry. We're seeing weirdness here, around here, around here. The tips of the hair especially. Because like it's a constant thickness, but ideally that'd taper off with the hair there. Right, so yeah, I can see why you might want post-process, especially for thicker outlines like these, which I think look better, but not with this method. Right. Do you have plans on writing a document about this toon shader for Godot? I'm not even done with it. This toon shader, this is mtoon. Or rather, a port of mtoon to Godot. In particular, it's the this is the Godot VRM add-on. It's this VRM add-on for Godot engine. If you just Google Godot VRM, you can find it. But this is not the toon shader I have made. I wouldn't say I've made the toon shader yet. I've been sort of studying at this point. So this shader I made here is actually based on, was it a paper from TF2? From the TF2 team back in like 2007 called Illustrative Rendering in Team Fortress 2. And I copied it mostly here. But yeah, it's a lot simpler than, I guess, all the stuff going on in this toon shader. Thank you. Thank you, Camu, for the subscription, for the Twitch sub. Welcome. Welcome to the thing. Not handling the hair well at all. Yeah, you can see. Do you have a source that's already good? GDC? I can post the TF2 one here. Here. Twitch chat. YouTube chat as well. Here. Here's your illustrative rendering in 2.2 link. But yeah, I should probably also link the Godot VRM, since that's what we're looking at. And the toon shader as well. I'll just link to the root here. Where are we? Godot VRM. Neo 2 view. This was a raid. This isn't real 2 view. Do you really think this many people would be interested in anime girl 3D rendering? Well, I don't know. I guess... I think it's an interesting topic. But I don't know about the wider YouTube algorithm. I feel like I need to make like a proper, well-edited video on this subject. Once I get something like my own toon shader in Godot done a bit more, then I'll probably be able to make a video or something, make a more edited video, and also not feel like crap about it. Feel just a little bit proud of it. Where were we? Right, yeah. Yeah, we're talking about the hair, we're talking about like these little tips looking weird. These tips looking weird. It's kind of hard to see when the camera moves this fast. I'm not sure how much more precise we can get it. The outlines are affected by perspective, but oh, that's like really noticeable. Huh. Huh. Yeah, that's also kind of undesirable, but I guess you wouldn't notice that in like a VTubing context. VTuber app context. Right click hold WSD. I'm doing that. It's moving like super fast. If you're making that video on some new channel, someday. I still feel like I'm in the study learning phase of this, but it is something I want to make long term. Go slow. Scroll down. Oh. Oh, okay. I didn't even know about that. Thanks. All right. Slow. 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 That's interesting. I'm guessing that's just because it's based on the view matrix, and the math is a little weird, especially with like really thick outlines. But that's probably undesirable. But again, in VTubing context, you'll basically just be looking at the model head on, although the model will be moving around, right? So play in whatever animations. I don't have any animations, like full body animation set up, but probably be doing something like that. This cutoff here is because the front hair here is a separate material because it's semi-transparent. It uses alpha, so it uses separate material. That looks funky. Gotta be careful if you try to kiss the camera. Look, you can see her funny extra expressions hidden inside there. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, your outline's gonna be looking weird. Weird as heck. And not empty. Ugh. Anyway, I guess we're going to Unity now, because I wanted to follow this tutorial. Alright, now that we've established the value of a post-processing outline shader as opposed to the inverse hull method, let's do the boring work of actually implementing that outline shader. Hope you learned something. All right. So we're going to Unity now, because we have Unity open here. Yeah, we have Unity open. Here's our scene view. Here's our game view. And all right, outline and edge detection. Effects are most commonly associated and paired with toon style shading. However, outline shaders have a wide variety of uses, from highlighting important objects on screen to increasing visual clarity in CAD rendering. This tutorial will describe step-by-step how to write an outline shader in Unity. The shader will be written as a custom effect for Unity's post-processing stack, but the code can also be used in a regular image effect. Concepts introduced here can be found in the recolor effect from the Kino repository by Keijiro, a Unity project that contains a variety of custom effects for the post-processing stack. The complete project is provided at the end of the article. Note that also contains a large amount of comments in the created shader and C# files to aid understanding. All right, prerequisites. Actually, I don't know if you're still here, Monk, but I saw your tweet talking about that one Pippa clip on male VTubing, and I was actually talking about that clip earlier. I don't think my thoughts are super collected on that topic, but I do have, I don't know, vibes-based intuitions on like I guess the state of like VTubing audience in relation to male VTubing and perception of male VTubing. Mainly that I was seeing some comments in that clip talking about like how women can get away with more stuff, but it's kind of just a general truth about society, I think, but is probably pretty apparent in the VTubing scene. But also like makes sense from my perspective of like, I don't know, how men and women are treated in society and seen in society. Not that it's like a good or a bad thing that it is that way, just that it is that way. Anyway. Now open the main scene. In this scene are several objects, each with different shape and silhouette. This gives us a variety of surface types to test our outline shader on. If you select the main camera, you'll note that already attached to it are the post-process layer and post-process volume components. Let's make sure those are there, because we did open this in Unity 6 when this project is from Unity 2018. So if we go to the main camera, we have a post-process layer and we have another post-process volume. We have a render replacement shader to texture script. All right, so it looks like that's still there. All right, cool. These components allow us to make use of a post-processing stack assigned to the profile field if the volume is a post-process profile outline post-profile. This will contain data that we use to configure our outline effect. Let's actually take a look at that. Outline post-profile. Oh, here it is. All right, post-profile, outline, add effects, and it's empty right now. Cool. That makes sense because we're going to follow this tutorial. All right. Note that by default, anti-aliasing is in the layers set to no anti-aliasing. It can be useful to keep anti-aliasing disabled when developing screen space shaders, as it allows you to see the end product of the shader without any further modification applied. For the finished product screenshots in this tutorial and for best results, anti-aliasing is set to subpixel morphological anti-aliasing at high quality, SMAA. That's also a post-process anti-aliasing, right? Anyway, let me double check that anti-aliasing is off. Yes. In the scene view, but not in the game view, actually. Oh, wait. MSA off. I probably need to, take a look at this. Would it be in project settings? Anti-aliasing. Oh, it's set to 4 times MSA right now. Let's turn that off. Render pipeline asset. think it's still on. Hold on. Project settings, quality, default ultra. Oh, wait. Hold on. Anti-aliasing disabled. Oh, because I had very high selected and alters the default. I'm just gonna, yeah, turn them off now. Okay, now if we look in game, oh no, it's still. You know what? You know what? Maybe we'll just not worry about that. Is there an SMA setting? No, wait. Damn it, I don't know Unity that well. Oh, the camera has an MSA setting as well. Or we were looking at that. Oh, wait, it's in the post-process layer, SMAA. There we go. No anti-aliasing. There we go, no anti-aliasing. Okay. Margot World OST is too good. I agree, man. I've been listening to this when I'm basically doing this study stuff, but off stream. I've been listening to it. Where were we? Okay. All right, writing custom post-process effects. Open the outline shader in your preferred code editor. Shaders written for Unity's post-processing stack have a few differences compared to standard image effects. Although the shader code itself is the same, it is encapsulated in HLSL program blocks instead of CG program. As well, some functionality such as texture sampling is now handled by macros. I've looked at a bit of Unity shader code, so I'm not completely unfamiliar here. Currently, the outline file contains a simple fragment shader named frag that samples the image on screen and returns it without modification. There is also a function named alpha blend defined. We'll use it later for blending our outlines with the on-screen image. Why use the post-processing stack at all? Why not write a standard image effect? By integrating our shader with the post-processing stack, we gain access to powerful built-in anti-aliasing solutions, as well our effect will be automatically compatible with other post-process effects in the stack, like the bloom shown below. Neat. Cool. Let's look at that outline shader. Yeah. Which means I'll need another window. I'll need to show my VS Code here. All right, yes, I trust the authors. Let's show VS Code. Let's go coding. Okay. Is that readable enough for you? We'll zoom in one more. All right, we have the alpha blend function that he mentioned, even with a Wikipedia article. Convenient. All right, and our frag, which is defined as our fragment shader here. And all it does is sample the texture. And this is a post-processing shader. So instead of calculating on like the geometry, we'll be calculating on the actual rendered output. Post-processing. All right. 1. Drawing outlines with depth. To generate outlines, we'll sample adjacent pixels and compare their values. If the values are very different, we'll draw an edge. Some edge detection algorithms work with grayscale images. Because we are operating on computer-rendered images and not photographs, we have better alternatives in the depth and normal buffer. We'll start by using the depth buffer. We will sample pixels from the depth buffer in an X shape, roughly centered around the current pixel being rendered. Add the following code to the top of the fragment shader. Cool. I'm going to copy and paste this, but we should probably try and understand it. Which it looks like he does do. He does explain it a bit. So here's our fragment shader, this function. There we go. All right, what do you got? Half scale floor, half scale ceiling. Let's see, we're calculating bottom left UV, top right UV, bottom right UV, top left UV. So it's just, what, 1 pixel up, down, left, right? Or, wait. Size Y times half scale floor. Okay. Well, let's read the explanation. We first calculate two values, half scale floor, half scale seal. These two values will alternatively increment by 1 as scale increases. By scaling our UVs this way, we're able to increment our edge width exactly 1 pixel at a time, achieving a maximum possible granularity while still keeping the coordinates centered around i.text coord. Right, so that's like our current pixel coordinate. Scale 1 would be what? Oh, right, because it's half scale, so then it's the current. This is current pixel, and then it's top left, top right, bottom right, and then bottom left is our current one. All right, why is it important to increment 1 pixel at a time, 1/2 a pixel or even less? Both normals and depth buffers are default sampled using point filtering. That means you cannot sample a point in between pixels and retrieve a blended result. For this reason, we make sure our UVs are incremented 1 pixel at a time to ensure we're always correctly sampling the buffers. Right, because you have to. You don't get like the in-between pixel sampling, so you have to sample by the pixels. Okay. Note that it's possible to sample textures with different filtering types inside a shader using inline sampler states, but for our purposes, we'll continue to use point filtering. Okay. Next, scale will need to be added as a configurable property. Properties are created a bit differently with the post-processing stack. We'll first define it as a float in our shader program. As usual, add the following code below the float for main text textile size line. All right, float underscore scale. Below main text textile size here. All right. Add our float scale. All right. Next, open postprocess outline.c#. This file contains classes that manage rendering our custom effect and exposing any configurable values to the editor. We'll expose scale as a parameter and pass it into our shader. Integer parameter. Integer, that makes sense, because we want whole pixels here, right? All right, we'll copy this. Add this to the postprocess outline class. Okay, let's look at postprocess outline. .c# here. Okay, here's our class postprocess outline. We add our int parameter scale. Okay, and then in the render method in the postprocess outline renderer class just before var sheet declaration. Just below var sheet, this one. All right, so here's our sheet. Get shader, find, hidden ROY stand, outline postprocess. We set a property, we set float underscore scale from settings.scale. Okay, so this is just hooking this to the UI so we can set the underscore scale float here in our post-process effects settings. Okay, neat. If you select the outline post profile asset now, you'll see that scale has been exposed to the editor. We'll leave it at 1 for now. Let's take a look in Unity once it compiles. Compiling. Okay, we're done compiling. Where is it? Outline post profile. This one. Here, yeah, you can see its scale. So if you go to, was it the main camera? We have our outline post profile. We have our overrides. We can adjust this, right? And it's an integer, so only whole values. Oh wait, does that change it? I guess that changes it everywhere. Okay. Neat. Okay. Well, let's continue. We're now ready to sample the depth texture using our 4 UV coordinates. All right, add this to the fragment shader just below the float to top left UV. All right, let's see. We're sampling the depth texture. We're passing in the depth texture. All right, we're sampling this at the bottom left, top right, bottom right, top left, which is following this pattern here based on that half scale. shenanigans. All right. All right, let's go to our outline shader. Ample samples. Below our top left UV, we do this. Oh, but we're returning it before the color. All right, we now have multiple return calls in our fragment shader. Is this correct? Yes, the fragment shader will return the value provided at the first return call and cease executing. This is useful for debugging the shader's progress. Yeah, okay. So for testing, we're just gonna ignore the fact that we have code past the return value. But I guess we could, yeah, we could comment that out, but we'll just, yeah, I'll just comment it out because that's how I like to do my code like that. All right. All right, so depth buffer outputted the screen. So if we look in engine, there we go. Yeah, we can see the depth buffer. To increase visual clarity for this image, the near plane of the camera has been set to 2. Default is 0.3. Okay, so we don't need to adjust that. All right. And returning depth 0, so that's the depth texture at the current pixel. The bottom left, which again is... Or I guess it would depend on scale, yeah. Yeah. Alright, as previously stated, effects integrated with the post-processing stack use a variety of macros to ensure multi-platform compatibility. Here we use sample depth texture on the camera's depth texture. We only take the R channel as depth is a scalar value in the 0 to 1 range. Note that depth is non-linear as distance from the camera increases. Smaller depth values represent greater distances. With our value sampled, we can now compare the depth of the pixels across from each other through subtractions. Note that existing code modified will be highlighted in yellow. New code is not highlighted. All right. Depth is non-linear. Distance from the camera increases. Smaller depth values represent greater distances. Aha! Okay. Neat. Curious. I don't know the exact details of how this depth buffer is calculated. I just know that's like the distance from the camera, not like the specific mapping of that distance. But that's good to know that it's not linear. All right. Above return depth 0, we'll add to our shader. All right, we calculate our depth differences between top right and bottom left, and top left and bottom right. Okay. And then for return, you return the absolute value of depth finite difference 0 times 100. All right. As the difference can be positive or negative, we take the absolute value of it before returning the result. Since the difference between nearby depth values can be very small and therefore difficult to see on screen, we multiply the difference by 100 to make it easier to see. Godot's depth buffer is inverse, by the way, and nonlinear. Noted. I'll keep that in mind for when we translate this to Godot. Thanks for letting me know, by the way. I'm pretty unfamiliar with a lot of Godot's, like, internal rendering stuff. Yeah. Depth finite difference 0 is half the detected edges, while depth finite difference 1 is the other half. You can switch the return value between the two to see the difference. Cool. Or you could, like, max it, right? Let's see how it looks. Ooh. All right. That's one half the edges. Let's see the other half. I just recompiled. Yeah, and it just shifted it. I failed to figure out how to use it multiple times, just skill issue mostly. That's one of the reasons I've been watching more and more videos of people talking about how Google search results and like articles you find online are AI slop hell now. I feel like for sufficiently obscure things, like say trying to look for this outline shaders tutorial or whatever, then, or like coding in general, you can pretty easily tell if something's broken if it just doesn't work, right? But it does make me start to think that maybe books are becoming more and more relevant, like finding more and more qualified sources as opposed to AI slop articles online will become more and more important in the future as we get more and more AI slop garbage all over the internet. Never a dull moment in Attic Country. It's a minor effect, yeah, but 99.99% of search results are already always slop. It's kind of true, yeah. Like, the problem of finding good information on the internet has kind of always been a problem. Especially the more general the thing you're looking for is. Because people will be trying to hijack that. You know, SEO optimization. We gotta be first at the search results, baby. We need to hoover up that ad money. And like Google's algorithm has just been bad for a long time now. But it is making me even more concerned about like trying to find good information online and potentially just, you know, looking for actual books and reading from actual books. Bring back books. All right. Half of detected edges. Yep. Alternating between the two detected edges. Okay. We now have two scalar values representing the intensity of detected outlines in our image. They'll now need to be combined into one. There are several trivial ways to do this, from simply adding the two values, plugging in the max function. We'll compute the sum of squares of the two values, part of an edge detection operator called the Roberts cross. Wikipedia. The Roberts cross operator is used in image processing and computer vision. Wait, let's test the Wikipedia. All pages lead to philosophy thing. Digital image processing is the use of a digital computer. I'm gonna use the main text of the article. A computer is a machine. A machine is a physical system that uses power. Power is the amount of energy. Energy from ancient Greek. Ancient Greek includes forms of the Greek language. Oh no, we found a loop. We didn't get to philosophy. We got in an infinite loop. Unless we picked modern Greek. Hold on. Endonym. Endonym, also known as autonym, is a name. Name. The entity identified name is called its referent. A referent is a person. Person, plural, people. For human people, see human. The people refers to public. Public in public relations. An organization. Commonwealth English. The use of the English language, West Germanic languages, Germanic family languages, Indo-European languages, a language family, group of languages, language form of communication. Communication is commonly defined as transmission of information. Information is an abstract concept. Abstraction is a process where general rules of inference are ways of deriving conclusions from premises. We are getting closer to philosophy here. Proposition, or I guess it's logic. Proposition, a statement, true or false. Philosophy of language. The philosophical study. We found it. We did it. Philosophy. Every time. Existence, reality. Everything, existence, reality. Everything. We found a loop. Okay. There we go. Philosophy. The worst part is it's harder and longer to tell which ones are slop. Man. Yeah, I guess more argument for disconnecting from the internet. Reading actual books. Dumb shit comes in swinging an axe demanding money. Gets hit with pesticide and is now crying, and the cops try and issue me a situation for using a product I sell as intended. Oh my god. At least we have weird computer oracles that know half of all collected human knowledge even without searching to ask, as long as you don't take them too seriously, but just seriously enough to use. God, what's the point of an informational you know, lookup system if the information is garbage. What's the point of asking an LLM for help if I have to roll the dice every time to figure out whether or not I've gotten useful information? I guess if you're using LLMs like in a good way, it would probably be like doing a general overview of a subject to cover like the things you don't know that you don't know. So you get like just barely enough. Like you get it's like going to Wikipedia and reading the sources, right? So it would be like asking the LLM, tell me more about graphics programming, and then it gives you a bunch of words that you could look up and Google and hopefully find articles that are not AI generated slop to read about those specific things. That's all information systems. I should have said on the label the pesticide works on terrestrial pests from 8 legs to 2. Based. Alright. Robert's cross involves taking the difference of diagonally adjacent pixels, we have already done this, and computing the sum of squares of the two values. Oh, maybe I should actually read this. Sum of squares of the two values. Or square root of sum of squares. Wait a minute. That's the Pythagorean theorem. Alright. Take the difference of diagonally adjacent pixels. Sum the squares of the two values, and then square root the result. Alright. So, do that. Below our finite differences. Alright, edge depth. We square root the square of each difference. The sum of the squares. And then we're multiplying by 100, I guess. And then we return our edge depth. Okay. Let's take a look in Engine. Those are some nice outlines. Ooh, I'm seeing it. I see the vision now. Look how smooth that is. Oh my god. It's beautiful. We don't even have anti-aliasing on. I see the vision. Okay. This is a little weird though, right? Because this is technically part of the outline. This like shading, I guess, on the objects. We probably don't want that in our actual thing. Oh, so it doesn't work on decapods or isopods? You're trying to square root himself now. You'd think I have a reputation of violence for the addicts before the cops? Alright then. Alright then. Yeah. Protect yourself, protect your property. Let's see. There's a lot of dark gray areas along the surfaces of our objects. We'll eliminate those by thresholding edge depth. Alright. Alright. Below, yeah, when we declare edge depth, threshold it. Ah, there's the depth threshold that we were seeing in the Genshin Impact shader breakdown that I mentioned for the face normals that you adjust. You adjust the depth threshold. Alright. Where were we? At our variable depth threshold. Float scale, float depth threshold. In our post-process outline, we add our float parameter. Not an int parameter this time, it's a float parameter. There's a depth threshold, and let's see if we can figure out what to do here. Set, I guess it's also a float. It'll be underscore depth threshold, and it'll be settings dot depth threshold. Yep. Okay. Let's see how that looks. Compiling. Are you trying to implement this in Godot or in Unity? The tutorial is in Unity, so I am doing it in Unity, and my plan is to figure out how to translate this to Godot. Maybe not in this stream, because I'm getting a little hungry. I'll probably have to end stream soon-ish. Hey Neo, what you working on today? Hello Pump Pump. We're studying anime shaders. We're trying to learn about this. We're trying to study how to make this. Because this article is very useful, but goes at things at a sort of high level. I guess this is like actual code we could use. And I think the biggest thing that's sort of glossed over is this outline, since it's in another tutorial elsewhere. So I'm going to do that tutorial. I'm doing that tutorial right now. And to explain the point of this, I have Godot open still, right? Here's what happens when I make the outlines really thick in Godot using, what was it? Godot VRM's implementation of mtoon in Godot, which uses basically the inverse hull method. We've got some weird shenanigans between like these two meshes. Some weird artifacts like there, I guess. This like intersection between the two outlines is weird. This part, the outline's like just coming off of the geometry. Not that this is horrible if you're like using it in reasonable amounts. There's also something with the way it's calculated from the camera. I guess the field of view is kind of high, but yeah. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is these outlines do not look as good as these outlines, and I want to make these outlines, but I need to know how to make these outlines. So I'm learning how to make these outlines in Unity because this tutorial is for Unity, and then hopefully we can figure out how to translate this into Godot. Maybe not this stream, but eventually. It's weird. Sent Dogboy a vid on what CNC Renegade is like. Something. Oh, thank you for posting. Command & Conquer Renegade 5-star playthrough. Ultra wide QHD. Alright, noted. Alright. Where were we? You gonna use this for the game? Eventually? Probably. But my plan right now is to make my own VTubing app, actually. Which is why I'm like laser focusing so hard on the visuals of things right now, since that's like the only purpose of a VTubing app, right? Is to output video. And what's the purpose of graphics programming? To output pixels to screen. To answer the age-old question, what color is this pixel? So I'm sort of treating this as studying more than like focused engineering at this point, because I feel like I have to build up a base knowledge to fully understand what I'm trying to do here and how to go about it. Real? That'd be really cool. I agree. Yeah, part of this is me sort of seeing, right? Like, gacha games, good 3D anime character rendering. Looks great. Gacha games, more gacha games. Genshin Impact, good 3D rendering. What was it? Professional paid VTubing solutions, good 3D rendering. Great. All the current like publicly available VTubing apps, as far as I'm aware of, right? It's mostly built on like Unity built-in render pipeline, like VR chat shaders. And you aren't getting as much like full control over the actual look of it. And so I'm realizing like, okay, if I want full control, I have to make my own app. And another reason I'm thinking of doing this is because I want to try combining face tracking from iPhone with what was it, webcam hand tracking. And also, as far as I'm aware, it's either impossible or really hard to do that in other apps. So if I'm gonna spend all that time learning how to do it in another app, I might as well just learn how to do it in a game engine, so I have more control. I need control over every pixel. The fish is brown, Neo. What did he mean by this, chat? To use the screen to make people happy. No, it's to answer the question of what color is this pixel? What is the goal? I guess then you're asking, like, what is the goal of art, right? What is the goal of digital art? To determine the color of this pixel. But what color why are we determining the color as this color? To make people happy. Yeah, I guess if you go deeper, then it's about like the human element, right? It's about achieving perfection. Every pixel needs to be perfect. I can't have my outlines looking like this. Also, I like the look of thick outlines, and the thicker you make the outlines, the worse inverse hull tends to make things look. Other than chasing your vibrating plug while pretending to learn to code, what's dog gonna be doing? I'm gonna be busy later this week. I'm probably gonna not be streaming. So we'll have a few streams today and tomorrow, I think. But I'm also spending a bunch of time trying to learn about this stuff off stream as well. So just be aware. Just be aware. Also, I realize we hit 600 subscribers on YouTube. Before the stream, actually. And I was gonna say thank you and I guess do something, but I have no idea about anything to do, and it also feels like not as big a milestone to celebrate compared to, like, I don't know, 500 or 1,000. It's not a multiple of 5, it's a multiple of 100, I guess. But like at that point, are we gonna like celebrate every 100 subscribers as we hit, like, I don't know, 1k and then 2k and then whatever? I guess hopeful thinking for the future, but we can acknowledge it. Take your time. Learning cool stuff like this takes a while. Yeah, I'm aware, right? Because graphics programming is something normally you do like a graduate degree in. But I feel reasonably confident in my ability to self-study on things like this. I guess depending on what we're trying to do. 250, 500, 1k, 2k, 5k. You're almost sticking with the powers of 2 or the multiplying by 2 pattern there. Yeah, I should really be celebrating powers of 2. I should have celebrated 512, and then next celebration will be at 1024. Or maybe we could round that to, I don't know, the 1,000, nearest 1,000. Anyway, where were we? Threshold, edge depth, at our depth threshold. All right, let's take a look. I think I just added this code. Yeah. All right, it's done rendering, or it's done compiling. Where's our Unity window? That's Unity Hub. Oh no. Yeah, there's nothing there. Okay. Just checking I didn't dox myself. All right, here we go. Unity. So here's our outlines after we've done the depth thresholding. So the stairs are kind of missing some outlines now, right? Which I think he mentions later. So let's continue reading. People tend to celebrate log 10 integers and sometimes half of those. Right, if we're gonna be like normal people and follow what normal people do. Yeah, in my head it would be like 1k, 2k, 5k, 10k, 50k? Or maybe every multiple of 10k. Because that also seems pretty reasonable considering, I guess depending on your rate of growth. I guess really it depends on your rate of growth for all of these. Realistically, I could be doing a celebration for like every 5 or 10 subscribers at this point. But, you know. You should do log-based 2 instead. True. Yeah. Yeah, that would be way cooler and way more thematically appropriate and unique. Uh-huh. I'm quirky like that. I celebrate power of 2. Power of 2 subscriber milestones. And I guess Twitch follower milestones, which would be... I guess we hit 128 a while ago, so it wouldn't be that recent. But thank you for the follows, everyone who's followed today. Ekuno, Noah Spark, Sleepy Mushroom. You're probably not here still, but thank you. Where were we? Where were we? All right. Well, this is eliminating the dark rays that's created a few issues. I'm noticing we don't see the cube issue that he's mentioning. Oh wait, we did that. Or did we do that? Wait. Top of one of the foreground cubes is filled in one. Oh wait, that's because we changed our near plane, or he changed his near plane to 2 and default's 0.3. So our near plane is the default. So it would be kind of different. All right, well, let's see. Let's see. All right. One of the foreground cubes is filled in white instead of just the edges. As well, the cubes in the background has no edges drawn between their silhouettes. We'll fix the problem with the background cubes for now, and we'll resolve the foreground one later. Edges are drawn between areas where the edge depth is greater than depth threshold, a constant. It was stated earlier that the depth buffer is non-linear, which has implications for our thresholding. 2 cubes a meter apart that are near the camera will have a much larger edge depth between them than 2 cubes that are very far from the camera. Okay, so again, taking the non-linearity into account. To accommodate this, we will modulate depth threshold based on the existing depth of our surfaces. All right. Yoink. Add below. Declaration of edge depth. All right. Go to our outline shader. All right, below edge depth. Replace that? Yeah. Alright, depth threshold is now too small for a new equation, so it's value 1.5 or better results. Alright. So now we multiply by depth 0. So that's based on the current depth, right? Okay, so our depth threshold now is based on the current depth, which should counteract the non-linearity of it. Okay. So now let's look in engine. That is way too much outline. So we can adjust that value in, where is it, main camera? Depth threshold, 0.21. Okay. Let's hide stats. All right, we don't want these edges. That looks better. 2. We set it to 2. So yeah, this cube has an outline. This cube has a full silhouette outline. No like full edges or faces are outlined. Cool. And isotropic outlines. Wow. Wow. I've been seeing that word more and more the more I read about graphics programming. Anisotropic specular, anisotropic filtering, anisotropic, etc. Isotropic is what, rotational symmetry, right? And then anisotropic is like describing things that aren't rotationally symmetrical. So square versus rectangle, or in this case, sphere versus ellipse. All right. Let's see. This has resolved the issue with the background cubes, also created more surface artifacts. As well, many edges, such as those along the staircase. That one, we're still missing some. And isotropic tutorial. Were not detected as the edge depth values between steps was too small. To correctly draw outlines on these surfaces, we'll make use of the normals buffer. Alright. 2. Drawing outlines with normals. We'll now repeat the previous process, except this time using the normals buffer instead of depth. At the end, we'll combine the results of the 2 for maximum edge coverage. Add the following to the fragment shader below the code sampling the depth buffer. Okay, and we're taking the existence of the camera normals texture for granted. But I do want to see the implementation of that, because I know we'll have to do it ourselves in Godot, I'm pretty sure. It's all just data. All just data. Alright. Fragment shader below sampling depth buffer. Alright, after we sample the depth buffer, we sample our normals texture. Okay. And attach a camera script called render replacement shader to texture, set up to generate a camera to render the view space normals. So I am curious about that, so I'm gonna take a look. Okay, so scripts, render replacement shader to texture. So it takes in the shader. All right, we get component camera, so that's our current camera. That's the camera this script is on, right? Every time Neo finds me in his chat, he finds himself integrally screaming at me to be normal. Why can't you be fucking normal for once? Normal vectors. Unless you're the normals on an anime character's face, in which case please don't be actually the normal vector. Apparently there's a normal and roughness buffer by default already. Normal X roughness. Normal times roughness? Noted. Noted. I'm actually unaware of, like, I know there's a depth texture. I don't know if there's a normals or normal texture, but if it's accessible, that would be really great. Or without having to recompile the engine ourselves. But if things get to that, if I really need control over every single pixel, I am willing to fork Godot. Because that's a thing you can do. So anyway, yeah, I just want to know what this does. Shader.set global texture, target texture, render texture. Huh. Surface the render texture as a global variable available to all shaders. That's a thing? Void set global texture sets a global texture property for all shaders. Oh. Uh-huh. You need to, what, pass that in Godot? I guess it would be like setting a shader property, right? So the script would be on... Oh no, then the script would have to be on every object that's trying to render... Oh no, it's a post-processing effect. So the script would have to be on, I guess, something. So in Godot, this would, if we don't have the normals texture, it would just be a script on a node somewhere that would render, I guess it would be on the camera. On the main camera, we'd like get the camera, we'd render to a thing, set replacement shader. Huh. Make the camera render with shader replacement. Huh. Okay, so you make a copy? Camera equals copy add component camera. Okay, so you make a new game object. You make a new camera. You copy all the settings from the current camera. You set a replacement shader on the camera. Right. And in Godot, I'm not entirely sure what that would look like. Alright, well, I'm sure it's possible? Peppa, why can't you just be normal for once? I remember that clip. Only piss in our mouths. Classic. Funny moment. Okay. Pippa's normal for her. Okay. Well. And then the shader would be... Yeah, hidden normals texture dot shader. Yeah, just let's see, normalize the view normal map from 0 to 1, from -1 to 1 to 0 to 1, times 0.5 plus 0.5. I'm becoming more and more familiar with this specific operation. Right. Turns a V to F. Oh, this. Oh, okay. I didn't know you could do stuff like this. I think in Godot you have to like assign, you have to like store custom values on the vertex, I guess. Vertex renormal. Huh. Okay. And that's per vertex, so that makes sense, right? Right. Okay. I love that clip and the bad... I love the bad dragon clip. He's not a bad dragon. He'd be a good dragon, right? She tells her. It's like a list of all like the evil dragons in media and fiction. Yeah, you should look it up. Look up. And her fucking screen after. It's such a good clip, man. Oh my god. I got June to look at those and even rate them. God, I love Lisa. Lisa's great too. It's just like how hint screen texture and hint depth texture work. It's just hint normal roughness texture, which is nice. I didn't know it was available. Oh, that's really convenient, actually. That really, yeah, that means we don't have to write all this bullshit. Which I guess isn't that much bullshit, but very convenient. Bless her. God, whenever people are like unaware of specific cursed internet knowledge, it's always a fun moment. All right. Thanks for a tip, Cammy. I'll keep that in mind. Hint normal roughness texture. I'm just gonna post that in Discord for my future awareness. Okay. View space normals of the scene. These are normals of the objects relative to the camera. Note that going forward, you'll need to run the scene to get the correct results, as the camera that renders out the normals is generated at runtime. All right. Below sampling the normals. Oh, I guess we're doing this again. Alright then. Edge normal. Okay. Yeah, the normal threshold. Here. And again, to our post-process outline, this class. And then this normal threshold we set here. Okay. And then let's see how this looks in engine. Compiling. Oops. I guess we adjust our normal threshold then? Oh wait, no, we have to play, right? Okay, there, yeah. Let's adjust our normal threshold to... Yeah, I think it was 0.4, yeah. That looks reasonable. Okay, so this is just the normals outline. Alright. So let's go back to the tutorial. Just by the way, transparent rendering isn't represented in any of those textures, by the way. You'd have to do individual effects on the transparent objects themselves or something. Ah. Yeah, that is relevant here, right? Or is probably going to be relevant to a lot of characters. Because... Oops. Godot. Hold up. Why are you like this? Godot. Oh. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. Right. So here there's like a separate material for the hair. I noticed this effect. I know there's some other things you can do to like just force render the eyes and eyebrows above the hair, which is I see sometimes in like the anime style. But in this case, it's just an alpha texture. And so this front part of the hair is a separate material and it's got transparency. Notably. All right. So we'll have to take that into account. All right, where were we? I think you can get the textures after the transparent rendering pass, but you have to do it in a 2D shader on a 2D object like a color rect covering the screen, for example. Okay. That sounds a little convenient, but worth worth doing. That sounds worth doing though. All right, here we are. All right, view space normals. You'll need to run the scene as a camera that generates renders out the normals generate at runtime. The above process is very similar to what we did with depth, with some differences in how we compute the edge. As our normal finite difference values are vectors and not scalars, we need to transform them from a three-dimensional value to a single-dimensional value before computing the edge intensity. The dot product is ideal for this. Not only does it return a scalar, but by performing the dot product for each normal finite difference on itself, we're also squaring the value. Because we added normal threshold as a new variable, we'll need to expose it in post-process outline. Done. Yep. Normal finite difference. These are vectors. Right. It's a difference between two normals. Normals are vectors. So we get a vector, and then we use dot product. Sum of dot product square rooted to sort of calculate a thing. Someone made an even cooler way of doing that? Oh, I'm stealing that. I'm saving that. Godot 4.x product showcasing how to pass custom screen buffers around using viewports. These screen buffers can include various types of data, such as color depth values, normal values, or other custom data, depending on project's needs. These buffers can be used in post-processing. Noted. Adding alpha to your shader, I suggest also implement dithering. Hello, Neko. Do I know that name? Can really help with performance. The full-on alpha doesn't work proper. Ooh. Noted. Yeah, dithering can look good. Neo stealing info. I'm also writing that down. I'm using my Discord's general. I'm using my Discord's general channel as like a notes thing now. Sorry. All right. Here we go. Custom screen buffer. Pass custom screen buffers around using viewports. Can include various types of data and normal roughness texture. Noted. Oh, that means like roughness maps are gonna impact the outlines if I do it this way, versus if I do just normals. As a creation of this product, Godot does not have a good system for creating and using custom buffers. You can access color depth, normal roughness buffers, and screen ring shaders. However, these buffers are captured before the transparent geometry pass, so they never contain any data about transparent objects. In addition, there's no way to pass custom data. Only color depth and normal can be used. Currently, Godot has a rendering compositor in the works. One of the plans for the compositor is the ability to capture and pass random buffers, custom buffers, from several points in the rendering pipeline, including after the transparent pass. As of Godot 4.3, there's already a new compositor effect object which partially implements this design. You can read more about how to use compositor effect in this doc. Oh, if we can use Godot's built-in compositor, this new feature, because, yeah, I've been using Godot since before this was added. Let's see. Insert additional logic into the rendering pipeline at various stages. This is an advanced feature that requires a high level of understanding of the rendering pipeline to use to its best advantage. That sounds like what I want. As the core logic of the compositor effect is called from the rendering pipeline, it's important to note this logic will thus run within the thread on which rendering takes place. Okay. Okay, extend our node from compositor effect. Give our script a class name. Define a constant for our shader template code. Sorry, that feels a little weird to laugh. There's gotta be like a helper function you can import up from a file, right? Right, please tell me. Compute code gets replaced by our user code. Oh, okay. For every pixel on our screen, our main function is executed. Inside this, we load the current color value of our pixel, execute our user code, and write our modified color back to our color image. Oh, wait, so this is like a specific example of a compositor shader that will read from... What is it? The thing. Huh? Gotta love docs within docs within docs to get to the feature you're looking for. So true. The full compositor would obsolete this. I don't know if it's ready. Yeah. Honestly, even if it's like this jank to set it up, I think I'd prefer that if it's going to be updated in the future versus something that's basically a workaround to, or like custom implemented code to get around the lack of this feature. But also this is pretty good that this exists. All right, at least we have options. So now I have to consider the two options and do more thinking about which one to use. But if this compositor node in Godot is going to be supported in the future, then we probably want to do it here, right? Copy code gets replaced by our code. In order to set our user code, we need an export variable. Oh no, export multi-line string. Note the use of a mutex in our code. Most of our implementation gets called from the rendering engine, thus runs within our rendering thread. Yeah, like ideally I'd want to import this from a file, right? I'd want my shader to be in its own file, right? Get a reference to our rendering device. Okay. We need to clean up after ourselves. Okay, okay. Helper function to recompile the shader if the user code was changed. Okay. Okay. Implement our effect callback. The rendering engine will call this at the right stage of rendering. Okay, this looks very very low level and user unfriendly, but also probably what we need, right? Don't pick, just add both variations. I'll add a setting. You can switch between one thing I implemented and the other thing I implemented. Hell yeah. And by implemented, I mean copied from this repo. Of course, this method is the old canvas item shader hack if you just need the normal depth and color textures. Noted. Noted. Oh, right. That's the one where you just, what, have a quad rendering to the screen? Quad in front of the screen. Right. Check for effect type is only a safety mechanism. Okay. If you render data, access to an object holds data specific to the frame we're currently rendering. Okay. Now we can add our compositor effect. New post-processor shader, select our post-process shader, set our user shader code. Okay, and there you go. More advanced example. Check out radial blur based sky rays. Based on what? Physically based? Based on what? Based on physics. Uses new compositor effects. Wait, what? 2 years old. Huh. Available in Godot 4.3. This project was built as a straightforward implementation of this effect. The blur shaders can definitely be optimized a lot. Okay. Alright, I will keep this in mind. I'll keep this in mind. We'll probably want to use it, right? For the thing we're trying to do. Alright. Okay, let's go back to the tutorial. Oh boy. So our normal finite difference values are vectors. We do the dot product. By performing the dot product for each normal finite difference on itself, we're also squaring the value. Oh, convenient. Because we added normal threshold, so it's like a geometric mean, right? Because we added normal threshold as a new variable when you expose it. Alright, done. But beware, there's weird stuff with reading alpha in a 3D shader, so you might have to work around that. Making alpha in a 2D shader from the screen texture, I mean not a 3D shader. Alrighty. Yeah, the alpha is gonna be the concern here, right? I guess even... I don't even know what transparency data looks like, right? But I guess ideally what you'd want is, let's say hypothetically, there's alpha on these bangs, right? And it like fades out as you go down. Then ideally you'd want the outline to fade out as well, right? So ideally, you'd be basing this outline on the alpha there, and then I guess maybe you'd also be rendering the outline below, right? Whatever outlines are below there. Okay, I can sort of see. I have a vague idea of what we would want to do potentially in the future, and then, like, I don't know, a couple more days of planning to figure it out. Okay. A couple more days of research. We're doing research. There wouldn't be any alpha on the screen textures there, but it would be if the transparent part didn't have an opaque object behind. Wait. There wouldn't be any alpha on the screen textures there, but it would be if the transparent part didn't have an opaque object behind. Can you say that again? So you're saying, right, it does one pass without the transparency? So like if this bang were transparent, then it just wouldn't be there in the first outline pass. And then it does another pass with transparency? And then we need to get the data somehow from that, or somehow get data from that without messing up the existing outline, right? Oh, that might be trickier. Huh. The screen textures only have the final alpha, not the alpha of the frontmost object. Wait, so it renders with transparency means it like you don't actually get like an alpha value, you get like the final rendered scene with the transparent parts rendered on top. But you do get, you'd be able to get like normals and stuff, right? And depth from the transparent objects that were rendered. So we wouldn't get the alpha value of like the transparent thing that we're seeing. So it'd either be like hard or like full outline around the transparent object or something else. I guess that's trickier than I thought. You do get normals and depth as if they were opaque. Yeah. Talking about if you're using a canvas item shader to get it, including the transparent objects. Okay. After looking at some of my shaders, I believe one can taper the thickness of the outline based on alpha value, at least in Unity. R to width. Noted. Doesn't blend normals like color with alpha. I don't think that would work right. I'd hope so. I hope you do. Okay. Yeah. You're saying Unity can taper thickness based on alpha value. Is that using vertex data then? Or I guess it wouldn't be vertex data. It'd be the texture, right? It'd be texture data in this case. So I guess we'd need some way of... Yeah, we need to combine, right, the texture data with that opaque pass. And we'd also have to... We'd also want to separate it from the pass without the transparent objects. Okay, that sounds like a huge pain in the ass, so I'm just not going to worry about it right now. Alright, well, we'll continue thinking about it. Maybe later. Maybe in like a week when I'm back. Alright. Alright, some new edges, notably those along the staircase's steps, are now visible, while some edges that were previously visible no longer are. To resolve this, we'll combine the results of the depth and normal edge detection operations using the max function. Alrighty. Let's go to our code. I think I commented out some stuff that we are going to use. Let's see. So we have our edge normal, and we have our depth edge, and then instead of returning the edge depth, we are returning, yeah, max edge depth, edge normal. We're edging so hard. We're doing our two kinds of edging, and then we're returning the max of the two edges. All right. Let's take a look. There we go. Look at those stairs. Look at the stairs. That looks pretty nice, yeah. I see it. I see the vision. You could make a custom alpha buffer that overwrites alpha from each object instead of accumulating towards opaque, I suppose. Theoretically, at least, I don't have examples of that. Theoretically. I guess this is just kind of a hard problem. I guess I'd have to study how other games do it, right? I'm not even sure if there's like examples of transparent materials in, say, Genshin Impact for me to look at. Or other Hoyoverse games. But if they just work, then I guess it's on me to figure out how to make it just work. Oh boy. Alright, resolving surface to artifacts. There are a number of artifacts visible on some of the surface that lie at sharp angles with respect to the camera. The greater the slope of a surface, the greater the difference between the depth of adjacent pixels. This large depth delta along these surfaces is causing our algorithm to detect edges on them. One option to remove these artifacts is simply increase depth threshold. While setting it to a value of 6 removes the artifacts entirely, it is also too large a threshold for some outlines that should be detected, like the teapot's rim or some staircase steps. Let's play with that value and see. Three, 4, 1. Yeah. So here we got the teapot's rim looking how we want. But this edge of the stairs, this edge of the cube, we don't want it to be like that. So if we increase it, then yeah, it messes up the teapot's rim. All right, let's keep reading. Look up Hoyo Toon shader, almost a one-to-one recreation of what Hoyoverse use. I think I've seen that before. Hoyo Toon. Or I've glanced at the GitHub repo. Not that I like fully understood every line of code here. Also, this is built-in rendering pipeline. Noted. Based on latest version of each game. So how do they do the outlines then? Actually, first let's look at the sample render so we can examine. Oops. README, features. Oh god. Open image. I don't know what they're doing for the outlines. Are there outlines? No, there's definitely an outline there. Right? Yeah, it's just kind of low res to really look up close. Do they have transparent geometry here? I guess it would be like one of these flat things. Or these flat things, right? Potentially. Yeah, I do see an outline. I guess we could just look at the code and see where they mention outlines. Wait, but first... license. Hoyo Toon shader license. Attribution requirement. If you create a new shader or derivative based on this shader, attribution to original offers must be maintained in the source code and any documentation provided with the derivative shader. This includes shaders converted to other forms, nodes, Blender files, or ports to different pipelines or engines. Individuals affiliated with, employed by, or in any way associated with Festivity, Omatsuri, or Primo Toon are strictly prohibited from using, distributing, modifying, or contributing to this shader or any derivatives thereof. This restriction applies to any association, formal or informal, with these groups. Noted. Strictly prohibited from being used to create NSFW content. Noted. Redistribution. Redistribute under this license. Provide a link to the original source repository. Noted. Sounds like a job for someone getting paid to do it full-time, TBH. Probably. Oh, they have separate ones for each game, huh? Hoyo Toon Genshin. Start main. Face shading, weapon shading. Use glass specular toggle. I'm just gonna look for outline. Here, outlines. The sunglasses. Oh wait, you're right. Oh yeah, obviously. Open image. Yeah, those aren't painted onto the texture, are they? So those would be rendered outlines behind the transparency. Noted. All right, we got outline scale, outline width texture, outline texture, outline width texture, outline colors, diffuse intensity, outline offsets. Noted. Outline pass. Include Hoyo Toon Genshin program HLSL. Okay. PS Edge, PS Edge. So it'd be includes and then, was it program or is it common? Vertex shader. Calculate final vertex positions, calculate screen position. I'm curious about that very specific license. This is for data mined assets. Do these people work for... I guess it's more about what, VR chat, right? Concerned about like aid VR chat shaders. I'm not sure that outline itself is transparent though. I guess you could just, yeah, not have... Actually, that makes sense for, I guess, most transparent materials. I guess if you're doing hacky stuff, I guess not hacky stuff necessarily, but... Look at the... Okay, transparent hair here, right? I'm not sure if they're doing it strictly with alpha or it's something else. But, like, the eyes are showing behind the hair and it looks like alpha. Which would theoretically just work, but might look odd for other types of transparent objects, though. Yeah, looking at the hair here... I think it's just a thin outline. I'm not sure if that's painted on or if it's the outline being drawn there. Or if it's just no outline there. Might just be no outline, or you could just adjust it for a separate material. How did we get here? God, like a few weeks ago I did stream wanting to do like a low poly chibi model with like pixel art texture so I don't have to learn all these complicated techniques. And I'm diving down the rabbit hole head first of graphics. They are permitted to use the shader as consumers without modifying or distributing it, provided they comply with all other terms of its license. Huh. Okay, I guess that means you can use this commercially, as long as you're not affiliated with these specific projects. Noted. With attribution. Welcome to the family of shader graphic addicts. The rabbits were just too cute. Oh no. Oh no. Parallax shit cringe. God, that makes me want to view the Git flame for that comment. Oh, that's great. VS Edge. I think this is, yeah, this is the outline. Pack channel picker. Switch outline source. Outline normal. We go with that VS. Normalize. If not, fallback outlines. Z-scale. Okay, we're doing something with depth. So I'm assuming that's the depth texture. Scale, Z-scale, outline scale. Next 5 or so lines could be written in one line like the above. If defined face or shadow. Offset depth, max offset, Z offset. Never trust this fucking line, it always breaks things. Okay, noted. Compute screen pause, normalize. Huh. Were there two? Hold on. Whoops. Outline. Outlines end, outline emission, outline hue. Diffuse outline, outline pass. Yeah, VS edge and then PS edge. PS would be the fragment shader, VS is the vertex shader. So let's either do something with depth there. Wait, if this is vertex shader, then huh? WS normal. Okay, we're doing something with normals. Something with the vertex normal. Or the vertex tangent? PS edge here. That line looks pretty trustworthy. Just trust me, bro. Just trust me, bro. Outline color. Diffuse light map, outline color. Emission. Clip. Weapon underscore shit. Define weapon mode. If define can shift. Do shift. Turn out color. Wait a minute. Full V-face. Are you doing something with that? Ambient color, light color, GI color. Okay, so yes, they are definitely doing some stuff to adjust the color of the outline with the lighting, which seems pretty important, huh? Diffuse, light map. Material ID. So is this even post-processing or is this something else? Enable outline glow if main text alpha use. Turn out color. Huh. Okay, I feel like I still don't have like a full picture of what's going on, but I'm just gonna move on. I'm reading this specifically licensed code. All right, so we're gonna go over something to fix this issue where we want certain outlines but not other outlines, but then if we adjust the depth threshold, then we lose some outlines and we in exchange instead remodulate depth threshold by the surface's normal. Surfaces that are at a greater angle from the camera will have a larger threshold, while surfaces that are flatter or more planar to the camera will have a lower threshold. To implement this, we'll need the normal of each surface and the direction from the camera to the surface, the view direction. We already have the normal, but we don't have access to the view direction. All right. Oh, I mean, we have that in Godot, right? You always have access to the view direction in Godot, right? Although, oh wait, no, it's a post-process shader, so how would you get the view direction, huh? Oh, okay. All right, the normals we sampled from camera's normal texture are in view space. Since that's what we want to compare against, we need the camera's view direction to also be in view space. As we're working with a screen space shader, the view direction in clip space can be easily calculated from the vertex position. To convert this to view space, we'll need access to the camera's clip to view or inverse projection matrix. You definitely have this in like spatial shaders in Godot. I guess in a post-process shader, canvas item shader, then you might not have it. All right, this matrix is not available by default to screen space shaders. We'll calculate it in our C# script and pass it into our shader from there. Yeah, why would you have those in a screen space shader? That makes sense that it wouldn't have that. Okay. Add the following just above the line calling blit full screen triangle. All right. So we will pass in our inverse projection matrix from the camera. All right. That would be here. Wait, would it be here? Wait. Wait, where do we get sheet? Where's our blit full screen triangle? Wait. Here's our camera. Oh, wait, no, I'm looking at the render. It would be post-process outline? Yeah, here. Okay. Okay, we get our inverse projection matrix from the camera and then pass it into our funny screen space shader. All right, add our variable to the shader. Go here, okay. All right, the view to clip called the projection matrix here is exposed in the camera class. Note, we take the inverse of the matrix as we're transforming our direction from clip to view space, not the other way around. Due to platform differences, it's important to plug the projection matrix into the get GPU projection matrix function. This ensures that the resulting matrix is correctly configured for our shader. Okay. I'm probably gonna need one more bathroom break before we finish this. Oh god, it's been how long? It's almost 6 hours, 5.5 hours. All right, the view to clip called the projection matrix here is exposed in the camera. Okay. Plug the projection matrix into the get GPU projection matrix function. Okay, so that's like a Unity specific thing to get the thing. Okay. We can now calculate the view direction in view space. This operation will need to be done in the vertex shader, and up until now we've been using the built-in vert default as our vertex shader. The source code for this shader is available in standardlib.hlsl, which we've included in our file. We'll copy this shader over and make some modifications. Okay. All right, replace vert default with our new shader. I love the soundtrack. I love this soundtrack. Okay. So pragma vertex vert, and now we need to define. First, we need to define a struct varyings below alpha blend. Oops, doesn't auto format. Make our vert, which returns a varyings. And update the fragment shader declaration. Now takes a R varyings. Whoops. Varyings. Okay. We have a vertex shader now. We're defining a struct varyings. We're setting the values in those things, and then we're passing it on to the fragment shader as well. Noted. If stereo instancing enables, zero eye target. Ooh, 3D. Stereoscopy. Okay. Let's see. In addition to copying over the vertex shader, we've also copied the default struct that is passed from the vertex shader varyings. This will allow us to pass the view direction to our fragment shader. Okay, so we're just copying the default right now. And we'll be making changes later, right? Is that Wally G Pinball? The clip space position, which ranges from -1 at the top left to 1 at the bottom right, can be interpreted as the camera's view direction to each pixel in clip space. This position is already calculated and stored in o.vertex. We'll multiply this value by our matrix to transform the direction to view space. Okay. So go from this, -1, -1, 1, 1, 2D, multiply by the matrix, translate into clip space. Or from clip space to view space? Yeah, view space. Okay. In the vertex shader, somewhere. Set our view space direction here. In the varying struct, add our view space dir. Okay. You can debug this value out by adding the following to the top of our fragment shader. Make sure to remove this line of code after you've observed its results. All right, so let's do that just to see. And now let's compile. Oh, and that's our transformed clip space thing. Okay. Clip space to view space, right? All right, let's keep going. And also remove that line. Okay. 3.2, thresholding of view direction. We're going to modulate depth threshold based on the difference between the camera's viewing normal and the normal of the surface. To achieve this, we'll use the dot product. Add the following below the line, declaring edge depth. Okay. Sorry, I was reading from here. Below our edge depth declaration in the fragment shader, right? There. When the view normal is sampled from camera normal's texture, it's the range 0, 1, while i.viewSpaceDir is in the -1 to 1 range. We transform the view normal so that both normals are in the same range and then take the dot product between the two. And this return n.v should give us this image. It's kind of pretty. That's pretty cool. It's like a very specific kind of lighting. Okay. As the angle between the normal and the camera increases, the result of the dot product gets larger as we've inverted it. We want depth threshold. Right, 1 minus dot, okay. We want depth threshold to get larger as the angle increases too. We could just multiply it by n.v, but we'll manipulate the value a bit beforehand to gain more control. We will construct a variable called normal threshold and multiply depth threshold by it. Currently n.v ranges from -1 to 1. We're going to first rescale the value to the 0 to 1 range to make it easier to work with. We'll add a lower bound cutoff since it's unnecessary to modify the threshold of surfaces that are mostly facing the camera. Okay. Let's make a normal threshold below n.v, right? Our normal threshold, saturate n.v minus depth normal threshold over 1 minus depth normal threshold, okay. Okay, so that's rescales the value to 0 to 1, and we add a lower bound cutoff. Right, and saturate is what, clamp 0 to 1, right? That's what it is? Am I understanding? Okay. The above equation takes all values of n.v in the range from underscore depth normal threshold to 1, and rescales them to be 0 to 1. By having a lower bound in this way, We're able to apply our new threshold only when surfaces are above a certain angle from the camera. This equation is exposed in Unity as mathf inverse lerp, where a is underscore depth normal threshold, b is 1, and value is n.v. Okay. Oh, so we did an inverse lerp? So we did an inverse lerp. Oh, okay. Before we multiply it into depth threshold, we want to do one final transformation of the range. We will take it from 0 to 1 to instead be from 1 to an upper bound we will define as underscore depth normal threshold scale. Below declaring normal threshold, 01, we do this. Alright, multiply by depth normal threshold scale, we add 1, okay. New variables. Okay, depth normal threshold and then depth normal threshold scale. Remove our debug return call of return the n.v. Okay. In our post-process outline renderer, we add our float parameters. All right. These two, and then we add them to the shader. Sheet.properties. Okay, depth normal threshold scale. Alright, cool. Now let's take a look at, let's see how it looks. Ooh. What do you set the defaults to? 0.5 and 7? Do I have to... hold on. I feel like I need to tweak these values to get this front part of the teapot to look good. Oh well. Let's keep reading. Final composition. We can now blend them with the scene. Alright. Before doing so, we'll add a new property to control the color of the outlines. Alright. I kind of have to pee, so I'm going to be right back. And then we'll finish up the final part of just adding the outlines on top of the image. But also I want to mess around with these values and see if I can figure out what they're doing, right? We're going to modulate depth threshold based on the difference between the camera's viewing normal and the normal of the surface. I feel like I still don't have an intuition for what this is doing. N.v I understand it's part of like lighting calculations a lot, but like our angle to the surface, right? That's our angle to the surface. And we subtract the depth normal threshold, so it's like our cutoff for that angle. And then our depth normal threshold scale. How do you do that? What's it do? Before we multiply the depth threshold, do one final transformation. Translate it from 1 to an upper bound we'll define as depth normal threshold scale. I'm just gonna mess with that value to get intuition. I said I was gonna use the bathroom, but I think I need like small values, right? Is this even making a difference? Or did I... Wait, let me double check my outline shader. That's max of edge depth normal... Hold on, normal threshold. Oh wait, are we not using the normal threshold? Wait. Wait, let me read this. What am I doing here? N.V. Calculate normal threshold. Do this. Are we supposed to put N.V? Hold on. Below the line declaring edge depth. We did that, right? Or is it because I moved my... Hold on. Edge normal, normal threshold. So I guess we're using this normal threshold, right? Or no. No, those are two separate... Wait. Oh, we haven't actually used this yet, have we? I think he has the code in a repo. Yeah, in the GitHub repo. So I'll just double check the shader there. Assets. Hidden normal texture. It's in, was it outline.shader? With very convenient ag. Okay, I gotta use bathroom. I'm gonna BRB. But I think we're not using the depth normals threshold that we just defined. So I'm gonna double check the finished code to see where that is. Okay, I'm gonna BRB. BRB. Thank you for the rice fact. Hello, monkey boy. Rice, specifically the outer layer called rice bran, contains a natural compound called gamma oryzanol. This compound has antioxidant properties that are believed to contribute to reducing cholesterol levels and protecting against heart disease. It's one of the unique components found in rice that offers potential health benefits along with its dietary value. Nice. Thank you. I'm glad someone appreciates rice here. And our chat is not just rice slander posted by Random Perv, who I assume is coming home from the market. Anyway, welcome. I don't know if you're seeing the ad right now, because technically we are showing ads right now. Anyway, hello. We are in the middle of this outline shader tutorial in Unity, even though I named the stream, it's for Godot. I'm learning this for the sake of hopefully re-implementing it in Godot for anime girl shader purposes. So somewhere he's doing, what is it? Depth finite difference, view normal, normal threshold, edge normal. Wait. Wait, what? Hold up. It's beer time. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, clocking out for the day. Crack open a cold one right now. I got a nice cold bottle of water. I had a Diet Pepsi earlier today, but if I have another one, then that's too much caffeine. too late in the day for when I want to sleep. I'm very sensitive to caffeine because I've like intentionally tried not to become reliant on it for a while. Anyway, maybe I need like, was it caffeine-free Diet Coke or something? Or go for Diet Root Beer like Random Perf suggested one time. What do we got? To me, this is like the most nostalgic Rainbow Road theme is the Double Dash theme. Because I grew up with that game, man. I was a GameCube boy. Right, so I was trying to figure out where are we using this normal threshold? And, oh, right, yeah, that makes sense. We're putting it, we have our depth threshold using underscore normal. Wait. This one, edge normal. Edge depth. Define a difference, edge depth. Okay, so I just gotta move these up. Yeah. Would be like here for edge normal, and then edge normal we're using underscore normal threshold. Replace that with wait a minute. Wait, what? Edge normal. Normal threshold. Hold up. Oh, we multiply depth threshold? Wait. Depth threshold equals, yeah, underscore depth threshold times 0 times normal threshold? Oh, huh, okay, interesting. Okay, so that modifies depth threshold. Right, which we use for edge depth. As opposed to normal. Okay, so we are using view normals to modify our edge, our depth texture edges, while leaving the normal map edges, or normal texture edges unchanged. Okay, let's see how that looks. So now we should be able to actually adjust these values and see a difference. 0.5? Yeah, now we see it. All right, 1, 2, but then we lower the threshold or increase the threshold. Okay. 4, 1, 0.1, 0.01. Oh no, I can barely see it. Oh no. I did say this right? Okay. Alright, so adjust our depth threshold, do like this, and then adjust our edge normal thresholds? Oh, okay. Ah, okay. Ah, okay. Ah, okay, okay. There we go. Yeah, now we finally get this front edge of the teapot looking correct. All right. I guess this edge on the stairs looks a bit weird, but I think that's because it's two parallel lines right there. Yeah, those 2 pixels. Hello, Town572. Hello. Hello. Okay. All right. Now that we've done that. Saved. All right. Final composition. With our outlines looking nice and clean, we can now blend them together with the scene. Before doing so, we'll add a new property to control the color of the outlines. All right. And then in our hypothetical anime renderer situation, we would probably want to adjust that based on the color of the material that we're drawing the outline on and on the lighting as well. So, before declaring float for color, okay, we got our variable color. Float for color. And we'll return an alpha blend. Wait, surely we're doing something. Oh, right. No, we're using edge color multiply by edge. Wait, what? Wait. Wait a minute. Edge comes from... Oh, did I remove some code? I shouldn't have. Let me look at the actual final code. Edge is the max of... Oh, okay. Float edge is the max of edge depth, and yeah. Float edge equals max. Edge depth, edge normal. Okay. That's what we were missing. Okay. I also played a lot of Mario Kart Wii, so this song too. It's pretty nostalgic for me. Alright, add to post-process outline renderer. Alright. Here we go. Add our color parameter. Wait. Is white. To our sheet. Set the color. Okay. And that should be it. Alright, let's take a look. Our final. There we go. We need to play because our normals aren't being calculated. And there we go. There we go. Outlines. Alright, let's adjust our color as well. Ooh. RGB. Hold on. RGB. RGB outlines, guys. RGB. Wee. Wee. Nice. All right. Nice. Yippee! We did it! Chat. We did it, Reddit. Okay. So, to make sure we actually understand this. Alright, conclusion. This shader can be used to generate a wide variety of effects and styles. Disabling anti-aliasing and pairing with dither overlay can output a retro look similar to Return of Obra Dinn. Someone mentioned dithering as a potential for alpha. Yep. Adding variable edge thickness via dilation can create strokes reminiscent of 2D illustration, as described in this paper by Pixar. Ooh, more papers. Dilation by thickness. Yeah, variable edges could make it look pretty cool. Because we love edging. Okay. So I'm just gonna try and go over this and make sure I understand it. Sample the pixels in an X shape roughly centered around i.text chord. So there's that GIF he had here showing what the pixel sampling looks like. Right, so that's this. Adjust by scale. We can see the effects of the scale parameter. Let's try 2. 2 whole pixels. Let's try 3. 3 whole pixels. 4. Okay, it's getting a little thick. 5. 10. This is getting a little cursed. 12. Yeah, the interior edges are not liking it this thick. But 1 is reasonable. 2 is reasonable. 3 is starting to get a little artifacty, but we can adjust the other thresholds, I think. But we'll just try 2 for now. And that looks pretty reasonable. That side of the cube we don't want. Not 0.1. We want it higher? Yeah. There we go. Yeah, it does get a little trickier to get everything looking right with a thicker outline. What about fractional? No, it's not fractional. All right. Well, 1 pixel looks pretty reasonable. Alrighty. Okay. So they're doing, I guess I could show it in mine, but these have the very convenient comments. Very useful. Sample texture 2D, sample depth texture, transform view normal from -0 to 1 to -1, 1. Return a value in 0 or 1 range depending on where n.b lies between underscore depth normal threshold and 1. This was inverse lerp, right? Clamped inverse lerp. Scale the threshold, add 1, so it's in the range of 1 to normal threshold, scale +1. Then this normal threshold gets used in the depth threshold, which gets modulated by the existing depth value. It's further because the depth buffer is nonlinear. Gotta remember that. Pixels further from the screen will require smaller differences to draw an edge, so counteracts the non-linearity of the depth buffer. Okay, depth finite difference. We subtract these depths, so from the separate pixels that we're testing. Edge depth is calculated using the Roberts cross operator. Same operation applied to the normal below. So square root of depth finite difference 0 squared, and then this squared, multiplied by 100 after the square root. So edge depth is, if it's greater than the depth threshold, then 1 else 0. All right. Our normal finite difference, subtract the normals here. So the difference of normals. Dot the finite differences with themselves, transform the 3-dimensional values to scalars. We should probably think about, like, was our original intention with doing this, right? Was for outlines like about this thick, let's say. And hoping that they look good and not weird. And that's what, 2 or 3 pixels? So we should probably see if we can get it to look right with a scale of like 2 or 3. Heck, let's go 3. So we want to increase the depth normal threshold, but not so much that we lose, or the normal threshold. Just our depth threshold? Yeah, increase the depth threshold. Oh, wow. Huh. It actually looks pretty decent. Problem with this teapot edge again. I guess it's kind of hard though. I'm not sure why the scale... Actually, no. Yeah, the reason the scale would be changing it is because it's changing which pixel that we are sampling from. So if these like are too close together, then like there's zero information we can get there. As for these edges, I'm not sure. That looks mostly reasonable though, right? I guess the teapot is like the complex geometry that would be having trouble. 5. But I guess you'd want like a smaller... Yeah, what's the word? Or a higher outline threshold if your outlines are super thick. Thick outlines. Oh no, actually I found some settings that kind of work. We get this teapot ridge. I like how the outlines taper. Actually, let's turn on anti-aliasing. SMAA. How does that look? We're getting a little bit of artifacting in some places. But for the most part, it looks pretty reasonable. The corners of these cubes are weird. Go 2 here. I guess it's fine though, right? Right? Not a bad market. Got one last day before I would go back home. All right, good luck. Good luck on your next day. And congrats. Selling real products to real people. And not just code on a server somewhere. Few people recognize Neo and agreed he's the lewdest tuber. Thanks, bro. Thanks. Just after I got done on my spiel about male VTubing and the sex fest allegations. Not against me, but of like male VTubing as a whole. Man. I guess we go more conservative on, yeah, drawing the outline. Yeah, this looks weird, but outside of that, I think it's mostly fine. We got a couple stray pixels here. But I like how this outline here tapers. I like that. We've got some overlapping outlines here, and this looks a little weird. These taper to like individual pixels. I think it works though. And generally looks better than the inverse hull method. So I'll keep this in mind. 100% against him, chat. No, no, what are you talking about? Modulate the threshold by the existing depth value, so that accounts for the non-linearity of the depth buffer. We do our edge depth with our Roberts cross, so differences of depth squared, square root of that. Normal finite differences. We dot these differences with themselves, so that gives you the squared magnitude, right? You add those together, you square root them. So a geometric mean or Pythagorean theorem kind of thing. We check if that edge normal is above the normal threshold. And then you take the max of the two. So this normal threshold here is just to adjust the depth threshold based on the normal. So that's interesting. We set our colors, of course. Okay. Alrighty, that was one of the tutorials of all time. I guess from here it would be wanting to turn this into Godot. And it works for the most part, but then we have to consider the case of alpha, which I guess we also have to consider in this case. In Unity. The market seems to be very much a shit fight. No real rules or regulations on who goes where and who sells what. Like 50 people selling potatoes, something I won't even try and sell. Well, I guess it's good to be aware of that kind of thing. That you aren't the 51st potato seller at the farmer's market. Okay. I think I'm gonna end it here. I'm getting a little hungry. It's been 6 hours. I've been reading code, looking at code, talking to chat, staring at anime girls' outlines for 6 hours, and yapping about my ideas of wanting. Oh, that's cursed. My plans that will probably take quite a while to come to fruition. So thanks for watching. This is mtoon. This is Godot's default materials. This is my own attempt at a toon shader work in progress with still no outlines and some really harsh shadows that we probably want to adjust. Colors are nice and vibrant though. For better or for worse. But I do like how close this is to like the original textures, which probably matters a lot for making a toon shader. And then any other color correction you probably want to apply at the end, as opposed to trying to make your shader overly saturated or something. These kinds of markets are where I do my best at. I sell such a variety in large enough quantities people notice. Nice. Nice. All right, we'll end it here. Appreciate the mtoon shader here, and appreciate the support. Thank you for the subs, people here, and thank you for the raid earlier, Wallington. If you are here or not, either way, I'm very grateful. Okay, thank you. Here's your parasocial name reading. Parasocial name reading. Parasocial name reading. Thank you, Think Flingo. Thank you, Electric Sheds. Thank you, Shrekbeard7. Thank you, Andrew030401. Thank you, Azero02. Thank you, Cami Moop. Thank you, Noe Spark. Thank you, Sleepy Mushroom 1906. Thank you, Monkey Boy. And on YouTube, thank you, Internet Content Consumer. Thank you, Random Perv. Thank you, Cute from Lingo. Thank you, Vanillan. Thank you, Danica. Thank you, T and Glistener Elf. Thank you, Thunder. Thank you, Dahlem. Thank you, Rezico Runeman. Thank you, Magosis. Thank you, Jovan Parkins. Thank you, Chase the Rabbit. Thank you, Temp Tempai. Thank you, Neopolino. Or, it's me. Thank you for posting the links in chat. Thank you, JPZ. Thank you, Lord Mollington. And thank you again for the raid. Thank you, Ice Daddy 1011. Thank you, Dio. Thank you, Average Godot Enjoyer. Thank you, Pom Pom. Thank you, Neko. Funny Emoticon. Thank you, 10572. Still got some maple syrup left over. Don't think it'll last through tomorrow. I want some maple syrup. Actually, I probably still have some somewhere. We also have the standard corn syrup pancake. the fake shit. I forget which brand. Rest in peace, Aunt Jemima. No longer allowed to have a black lady on the branding of your maple syrup. Or pancake syrup that isn't maple syrup. Anyway, thank you all for watching. Let's find someone to raid. Dude, the first time I heard this song specifically on the soundtrack, the Mario 2 Overworld theme or whatever, I had like the Ratatouille food critic has the flashback to his childhood moment, but for like the Moonbase Alpha memes and like the Pony Thread Simulator memes way back in the day. God, what a blast from the past. Okay, Neo cannot have maple syrup anymore. Was deemed cultural appropriation of Canadians. Okay, all right, then you can pour it on my head and eat me instead. Okay, okay, all right. No, but I do like the flavor of maple syrup. It's got the, you know, the maple flavor. Maple, it's a good flavor. All right, thank you for the new follows. Thank you for subscriptions. Thank you for I don't know who's still here, but thanks for sticking by for so long on this esoteric topic of graphics programming, but for anime girl shaders. Can't pour it on Neo, he'll be licked clean. Oh no. Oh no, don't remind me about the things that I'm probably shouldn't be talking about so much. All right. Let's raid. We're raiding. Okay, we'll do our Twitch raid, and I don't know who's live on YouTube. Let's see. Embrace your degenerate, Neo. No, I'm not allowed. No, I'm too male VTuber. Too sexualized and besexualized. Ugh. Well, I did say earlier that being sexualized would be okay, right? Right? That's like the okay part of it. Okay, I should stop. He's not that far from the surface. Oh no. Oh no. Alright. Here we go. Pal World, don't be too lewd. For T1 Glistener Elf. Okay, alright, thanks for watching everyone. Thank you lurkers, by the way. Shout out to the lurkers. Get called out. You're not allowed to lurk in peace. I'm gonna call you out for lurking. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. I'm clicking hit raid. I'm clicking the raid button. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Otsu, bye bye.